PA system crackled to life on a Thursday during second period in my junior year of high school. The familiar tones of the recorded voice filled my classroom.
Lockdown, locks, lights, out of sight. Lockdown, locks, lights, out of sight.
The words kept repeating as Mrs. Danbury paused at the board and looked up at the speaker in the corner of the room. "Okay, you all know what to do," she said, rushing toward the classroom door to shut and lock it. Nervous chatter went up among the students as we rose from our desks and moved into position against the wall. "Is this real?" my friend Colin asked as we sat on the floor with our backs to the wall. "Must be," I said. "They'd tell us if it was just a drill." The sound of helicopter rotors was faintly audible over the recorded voice of the lockdown alert, and the noise grew louder as we sat there in the dark classroom. After a few moments, it sounded like the helicopter was right over the school. A full minute passed before the helicopter moved again, the noise making it sound like it was going in circles above the campus. A loud bang, like a door flying open, sounded outside. Someone yelled in the hall, a sound that was quickly replaced by automatic gunfire. I slammed my hands over my ears, along with many other students. Some of the girls, and even a few of the boys, covered their mouths as they cried out softly. More gunfire erupted out in the hallway. It sounded as if there were 4 or 5 guns firing. An inhuman screeching sound pierced the air, making my eyes go wide. I looked over at Mrs. Danbury, whose face was drained of all color. She was the nearest to the door, the nearest to whatever the hell was going on in the hallway. The gunfire stopped, and I heard a man shout and then scream. His wail of pain stopped abruptly with a loud, crashing bang. I didn't have to see it to know that he'd been thrown into the lockers lining the hallway. The metallic bang was enough to tell me that. More gunfire sounded outside, and then more screaming. Then there was silence. For several seconds, we all listened hard for anything outside. The recorded voice was still going, and the helicopter was still faintly audible. The sound of running footsteps suddenly came to us from the hall. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and a terrible scream erupted just before the door to our classroom smashed in. A SWAT officer flew backward into the room and slammed into Mrs. Danbury's desk, which slid several feet from the impact. Cries of fear came from the students around me as they saw the soldier was missing an arm. He'd hit the desk with his mid-back and had come to rest at an angle that told us his spine was broken. Once the soldier came to rest, there was only silence from the hall. It went on for long enough that I was starting to think the danger had passed. Mrs. Danbury apparently thought the same thing, because she crawled toward the doorway where the smashed door was hanging open. I don't know what she was trying to do, but as soon as I saw her move toward the doorway, I wanted to tell her to stop. Still, I made no sound for fear of attracting whatever was outside, if there was anything there at all. She peeked her head around the door jamb to peer into the hall. Her left hand came up to her mouth as if trying to keep herself from getting sick. She stood up and turned around to face us. "Okay, we need to move to another classroom," she said. "The hall looks..." A long, blistered, red and black arm with a claw-like hand darted down from the ceiling outside the doorway and grabbed Mrs. Danbury by the neck, stopping her words. It yanked her out of the classroom before any of us knew what was happening. We heard a scream and a thunk from outside. Then Mrs. Danbury appeared in the doorway again, only she didn't have any arms. Blood spewed from her massive wounds as she stepped into the room, looking back over her shoulder with a dazed look on her face. What she saw there snapped her out of it, and she started running toward the wall of windows opposite the doorway. Fountains of blood poured out of her as she ran past her desk, screaming. A monstrous, scarred figure that looked like a badly burned mix between a bear and a baboon darted through the doorway after our teacher. It leapt, smashing into Mrs. Danbury just as she reached the window. The two of them tumbled out, falling to the ground just a few feet below. My teacher screamed once more outside before her vocalization stopped with a terrible ripping sound. All of us students stayed frozen against the wall, staring at the broken window, waiting for the thing to come back in. We should have run, but we didn't. It was all too much for us. Eventually, the gruesome sounds from outside stopped, but none of us were willing to risk standing up and moving toward the window to see what was happening. Not long after those noises stopped, we heard a flurry of gunshots from far off, likely off the high school campus. Hearing those faraway shots snapped me out of shock. I stood up and moved slowly to the doorway. I looked out to see the hallway littered with dismembered bodies. There was blood all over the place. A man with a smashed head lay below a huge and bloody dent in several of the lockers across the hall. A few other guys and I led the rest of the class out. We headed toward the evacuation spot and were about halfway there when we ran into more police coming into the school. They took us to safety. We were told it was an escaped animal from the zoo. That's even what they said on the news that night. They said it was a bear, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't any animal I've ever seen. And the fact that there's a military research base not far from our school is just too much of a coincidence. But those of us who were in that classroom that day are smart enough to keep our mouths shut. But we know the truth. We'll always know the truth. We can't leave the house. They've boarded up our doors and windows, started shooting people trying to break free. There are things in the streets, tall things. I see their shadows sometimes as they run past the wooden boards. I hear the rumble of their feet. I don't know what they are. None of us do. They cut our access to television and the internet when the lockdown began. They even took out the cell tower. Anne says they don't want us communicating with the outside world, telling them about what's going on out here. I think she's right. It's been 2 weeks since the men in suits came by. They said they worked for government intelligence and that they were looking for a terrorist. They didn't strike me as government types, personally. They looked distracted, spaced out, more like Scientologists than CIA agents. But then again, I've never met a Scientologist or a CIA agent, so who was I to tell the difference? Either way, they said it would be over soon, and they sounded official. "We'll need to search every household," they explained. "We can't have anybody leaving before we've cleared their property, so we'll have to board you in." It made sense, I guess, in a twisted dystopian nightmare sort of way. It made sense all the way up until the end of the fourth night, when the tall things started roaming the streets. They were dressed in long, red raincoats, hooded. The way they moved gave me the chills, all jerky and spastic, so I stayed away from the windows. Anne didn't mind, though. She was fascinated by them. Her and our gun nut veteran of a neighbor, Old Ty, exchanged theories written on pieces of cardboard, holding them up to the glass of the windows. "Government experiment," she wrote on hers. "Alien invasion," he wrote on his. At first, it seemed to just be a bit of innocent, morbid fun, finding some humor in a bizarre situation. Then Anne watched one of the tall things kill somebody, and everything changed. It was an elderly man in our cul-de-sac, Mr. Douglas. Anne watched him open his door and hammer down the boards as one of the tall things walked by. He shouted at it, told it to get over here, so he could see just what kind of unholy bullshit his tax dollars were being used to fund. Next thing you know, there's sirens in the streets, soldiers rushing his home. There's a megaphone shouting at him to get back inside. All of it is useless. All of it happens far too late. Because the moment Douglas starts yelling at the tall thing, it starts to twitch and jerk like it can't control its own behavior, like a predator hungry for a meal. It snaps its head toward Douglas, then tears across his lawn and snaps him up in its long, spider-like hands. It lifts him off the ground. Then he screams. He screams and he screams until the tall thing lowers the hood of its rain jacket, and then Douglas goes pale as a ghost. Silent. According to Anne, that's when the skin of his face started to bubble and pop. That's when he started hissing out steam, smoking as his flesh sizzled beneath his clothes, as if he were boiling alive from the inside out. Next thing you know, he's dripping onto the pavement, dripping and dripping until there's nothing left of him but a puddle of flesh and clothes. Nobody tries to step in. Not any of the government suits, not Anne, not even old Ty and all his guns. Everybody watches in stunned silence as the tall thing finishes its execution and saunters away. Soldiers roam with them, soldiers and people in long white clothes. Anne says they're lab coats, and the people are researchers studying the tall things as experiments. But I think they look more like robes, like clergymen. All of them wear helmets with tinted visors. It's as though they don't want to get a good look at the things. After Mr. Douglas, more people on the block decided to make a break for it. Maybe they realized this was worse than they thought. Maybe they started wondering what the point of keeping us locked away like this was. Were we food for these creatures? Were they trying to turn us into them? None of us knew. All we could say for certain is the killing didn't stop with Mr. Douglas. I woke up one morning to see several of my neighbors shot dead in their yards, their lifeless eyes gazing back at me from the grass. Nobody came to pick them up. They were left there to rot, picked apart by birds and stray dogs. Soon, gunshots were ringing out at all hours of the day. People wanted out, but the soldiers wouldn't let them leave, and so the bodies began to pile up. Eventually, I think Anne and I were the only two left alive in our cul-de-sac. Even old Ty had seemed to vanish, probably shot dead in his backyard. It was awful. I'd rarely known death in my life, and the sheer volume of it now seemed to numb me. I couldn't process it. I didn't know how. But then, almost out of the blue, the government had a change of heart. Or maybe they just shifted tactics. Suddenly, they began letting people leave. I saw it first with a house at the very end of the road. I watched the woman who lived there break out with a baby tucked in her arm and a grade schooler holding her hand. The three of them darted across their lawn, jumped over their father's corpse, and piled into their minivan on the street. The entire time, a soldier and white coat stood only meters away, quietly observing. It didn't take long for the rumbling to begin, that telltale sound of approaching death, of one of the tall things coming to claim its prize. The van started up, backfiring a plume of exhaust into the air. I listened as the woman shrieked for joy, but I knew the joy would be short-lived. See, from my vantage point at the end of the lane, I saw something that she never could. The boot locked around her rear tire. The van rode forward as she pressed the gas and then clunked to a stop. My heart broke. The look on her face, the desperation wasn't for her. It was for her children in the back. The rumble reached a crescendo, and in the blink of an eye, a tall thing crashed into the van and knocked it over like a die-cast toy. I couldn't make out much beyond that. Nothing but the sound of the monster tearing into the roof of the van and pulling the crying children out one by one, while their mother begged for mercy. If I were a better, stupider man, I may have kicked down my door and tried to save them, but I wasn't. I was a coward. Instead, I fell to my living room carpet and cried. I laid there and listened as their flesh popped and sizzled, as their skin fell to the pavement in long, heavy drips. It's a sound I'll never forget. The next day, things got worse. The soldiers no longer cared about enforcing the lockdown or even keeping people safely indoors. Now they were breaking them out. Like hungry wolves, they tore down boarded-up doors and kicked in living room windows, then dragged families out onto their lawns and held them there for slaughter. If the screams were horrible before, now they were unbearable. You couldn't ignore them. Anne and I cranked our sound system to the max, but it only served as background static. The dying cut through everything. That night, we barely slept. Anne tossed and turned beside me, while I stared blankly at the ceiling fan rotating in lazy circles. There was an understanding between us. We had been abandoned. There was nobody coming to help us. Nobody coming to arrest these monsters and save the day. We were alone. How long until her and I were dragged out of our home? How long until we became the next experiment, chained to our fence, waiting to be attacked by one of those creatures? Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. Neither of us knew, and somehow that made it all the worse. I woke up to the sunlight peeking through our boarded-up bedroom window. Anne was missing. I looked all over the house for her before I found her note on the kitchen counter, scribbled quickly. "I know you're afraid," the note read, "but I have to leave. You might think we'll make it through this, that once they've had their fill of guinea pigs, they'll let the rest of us go free. But I promise you they'll come for us soon. This might be my last chance. Since you won't come with me, I'm going alone. I wish I could have said a proper goodbye, but I know you'd try to stop me. Love always, Annie Bear." She left through the basement hatch. I know this because I spotted her corpse some 5 feet away through our kitchen window. She gazed back at me, a look of shock painted across her pale face, except for the small red dot where the bullet pierced her skull. I couldn't even muster the courage to step out and bury her. Instead, the raccoons and dogs took care of her, one piece at a time. She was right, though. Eventually, they did come for me. It was over a week later. By then, I didn't have the will to resist. I waited patiently at the kitchen table, drunk with a glass of whiskey, as soldiers in whitecoats dragged me from the house. When I'd seen it happen to other people, it seemed to occur so quickly. Now, it happened in slow motion. I heard every word from the soldier's mouth, every command. First, he patted me down and ensured I was disarmed. Then he told me this was all routine and nothing to worry about. Together, they took me out to my yard. The whitecoat asked me if I had lived a good life, if I had been a man of faith. I didn't know what to say. Maybe I was simply too drunk, or maybe I truly didn't care anymore.
"It's not as bad as it looks,"
the whitecoat assured me.
"You'll be at peace once it's over, brother."
In the distance came the growing rumble of the monster's feet, of the tall thing coming to claim its bounty.
"How many more after this?"
the soldier asked the whitecoat, his hand painfully gripping my shoulder.
16.
"Then us, sister?"
Then us.
The rumbling deepened. The tall thing was getting closer, and soon my heart was beating in sync with its stampeding footfalls. Memories flashed in my mind. Memories of Anne, and my dead neighbors, and the mother who lived at the end of the road, of her children that ended up as sizzling puddles of flesh and clothes on the pavement. My hands became fists. Indignation and fury grew inside of me, stoked by whiskey fumes. "Why do this?" I growled. "Why not just put a bullet in my head?"
"Because we love you, brother,"
said the whitecoat.
"You waited patiently. You had faith, and for that, you will be rewarded with salvation."
The tall thing rounded the corner, its legs slapping against the ground in great strides. Its frame eclipsed the moon, casting a shadow across me and stealing the breath from my lungs. It slowed down as it reached my lawn. Then it sauntered over to me, swaying this way and that.
"What are they?"
I whispered.
"The ones that made us.
The whitecoat replied.
Those that gave us life."
I shrank away as the tall thing neared, but the soldier shoved me forward.
"Be strong, brother. Show it your conviction. We were brought to this planet long ago as an experiment, but now our time is served and we're finally going home. Don't you want to go home?"
The tall thing reached up to its hood. As it did, the soldier's grip loosened, and both he and the whitecoat stepped to the side, away from the creature's view. I would not scream. I told myself, no matter what, I wouldn't give these monsters the satisfaction of my terror. It pulled back on its hood, and something grotesque looked down on me. It was as if 100 different faces had been stitched together, fused into an abomination that seemed to smile from 15 mouths.
"We come in peace."
It said softly. My teeth bit into my cheeks, clenching them closed. A whimper escaped me. A whimper and a groan as my stomach filled with a soup of boiling horror. I would not scream. I would not scream. No matter the pain, I would not scream. Its long, spindly hands gripped my face. It cocked its head to the side, 100 different eyes blinking back at me. Then it tugged at the bottom of my mouth. No, I wasn't going to let it have its way. My mouth stayed clenched. It repositioned its grip and then snapped my jaw in half, letting it hang limp from my face. I roared in agony, tears streaming down my cheeks in a torrent. It whispered, slipping a finger down my throat. I choked and gagged as it fished its finger around, as 100 different eyes rolled back and 15 mouths began muttering in alien language. I choked and gagged until a gunshot rang out. Then another. The tall thing wheeled around, dropping me onto my lawn as the soldier began shouting into his radio. The next second, a bullet found the soldier in the head. The white coat shrieked, fleeing around my fence as a round caught her in the shoulder. The tall thing shot up to its full height, standing level with the street lamps, and then sprinted toward the shooter. Toward Old Ty. He'd set up a kill zone on his roof, surrounded by rifles and ammo. He'd waited for a moonless night to do his business, and now he was raining lead onto the creature like a blizzard of death. "What are you waiting for?" he bellowed. "Get moving, dipshit!" I did. I stole away, hiding in shrubs and behind sheds, watching as tall things came roaring down streets, jumping over houses and knocking over cars as they tried to reach Old Ty. He only lasted a few minutes. That's when the shooting stopped. But it was enough time for me to get away. Maybe enough time for others, too. It took me 3 hours to hike through Debbie Forest and make it to the next town. And once I did, I breathed a sigh of relief. There weren't any soldiers, no white coats. Most importantly, there weren't any tall things melting people in their clothes. Just quiet stillness, the thing early mornings were meant for. I made my way to the sheriff's department to blow the whistle on what was going on, to explain that people were being shot, that tall things were melting people on the street, and that we needed to get our ass in gear and call in the National Guard. No, scratch that. We needed to call in f***ing NATO. But as I got to the door to the precinct, I stopped. Something gleamed in the corner of my eye, catching my attention. It was there, at the edge of the curb, a puddle. Strange thing is, it hadn't rained in weeks. Before the lockdown even started, I knew something weird was going on, and I wasn't the only one. It was my senior year, and I had a pretty easy schedule. It was spring, and I could see the end of high school on the horizon. But that day, a Tuesday, my concerns turned from the mundane to the insane. At first, I shrugged off the strange feelings I had. I thought the teachers were just having an off day. Or maybe it was me who was having the off day. I told myself to forget about it until lunch came around, and I went off campus to get a burger with my buddy Tom. "What's up with the teachers today?" Tom asked, as we sat in the fast food drive-thru, waiting to pay and get our food. I turned, surprised at Tom, who was usually about as observant as an octogenarian with failing eyesight. "You noticed that too?" I asked. "Yeah, man. They're acting really strange. Mr. Bemis was just staring at me during first period. His eyes were all wide and blank. It was creepy as hell. Then during second period, Miss Delia forgot how to spell the word algebra. She just stood there at the board, her hand up, with the A and the L written. I swear, she stood there for a full minute before Courtney Miller asked her if she was all right. It was weird. Maybe they all got together and smoked a blunt this morning or something." I laughed at that, thinking about the teachers hotboxing one of their minivans. But the laughter didn't last long. Tom was right. Something funny was going on. "Yeah, Mr. Liu walked super slowly up and down the aisles while we were taking a test today," I said. "He never does that. He always sits at his desk and reads or something while we take tests. And how slow he was walking? You'd have to try really hard to walk that slowly. Plus, I caught a whiff of him as he walked by one time. He stank. He was wearing cologne or something, but I could smell something nasty underneath it. You know what? Tom said. That made me remember something. You know how Miss Delia is always so prim and proper? She's a neat freak, right? I nodded. I had Delia in one of my afternoon classes. Well, Tom continued, she looked kind of sloppy in class today. Her hair was frizzy, her makeup a little, I don't know, sloppy or something. It didn't connect until you said that about Mr. Lou stinking. Our conversation stopped as I pulled up to the drive-thru window to complete the transaction. Then I drove to a nearby park where we sat on the hood of my Camry and ate, enjoying the spring day. We got back to school just in time for class and went our separate ways. About 20 minutes into class, the lockdown started. I was in Mrs. Santiago's class when the alarm went off. Mrs. Santiago smiled as if she'd been expecting it, which made me think it was just a drill. Although every other time they'd done a drill, they'd told us beforehand. All right, class, Mrs. Santiago said. We're doing something a little different today. Half of you are going to stay here in the classroom like a normal lockdown drill. The other half will follow me to another location. It's something new. We're trying to see how it works. I looked around, furrowing my brow. I didn't see the logic in it. Why would half of us leave the classroom to go somewhere else if there was a threat out there? A few other kids in the class seemed to share my concern, but most of them didn't care. They were simply willing to do what the teacher said. I waited for more information from Mrs. Santiago, but she didn't do anything for several minutes. After turning the lights off and locking the door, she just stood at the front of the classroom, hands clasped behind her back, looking at us with a small smile on her lips. Finally, just when I was about to ask her what was going on, she split the class in half down the middle, telling those of us on the left side to come with her and those on the right to stay in the classroom. I stood and lined up with the other kids on the left, while those on the right got against the wall. We followed Mrs. Santiago out of the classroom, taking a right. I was 3 kids behind her, peering around them to watch her, thinking about the strange ways teachers had been acting. She was in her 50s, with hair that had mostly gone from black to gray. She wore a floral print dress with frilly short sleeves. As we walked down the hall, I saw a drop of blood crawl down the back of her arm from under the sleeve. It stopped just above her elbow. A bad feeling seated itself in my stomach as we reached the doors to the gym. Mrs. Santiago stepped aside and opened one of them to usher us inside. It was dark inside the gym because all the lights were off. As soon as I walked through the door, I stepped aside while the other kids walked past me into the darkness. I could hear some of them murmuring. They knew something was wrong. One of the students pulled out a phone and turned on the flashlight. The illumination revealed other people in the gym, teachers, just standing there in the dark on either side of the doors, making a wide corridor in which the students now stood. There must have been a dozen of them, and as the flashlight came on, they moved in on the students. Screams bounced around the gym as the teachers attacked the students with knives and cleavers from the school kitchen. The sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh and blood spilling to the glossy gym floor unleashed a deep fear inside me. Since I'd stepped aside to the wall when I'd entered the gym, I was still in the dark. I stumbled back toward the door, watching in abject horror as knives plunged into my fellow students. Clammy, cold hands grabbed my shoulders. I panicked, throwing an elbow behind me and connecting with what felt like a nose and mouth. The hands came off of me as I turned around, seeing Mrs. Santiago standing there staring at me, her mouth split open and her nose bleeding. I shoved past her in the doorway, trying to get away from the gym, but she grabbed my left arm with her right hand. At 18, I was much bigger and stronger than her. I shoved her as hard as I could. Something ripped, and she fell back against the gym door, but her hand still gripped my left arm above the elbow. I scrambled, pulling at her severed arm, ripping it off of me and throwing it at her feet. I ran, looking back over my shoulder as Mrs. Santiago stood there, seemingly unaware that she'd just had her arm removed, staring at me as I sprinted down the hallway. I ran for the nearest exit through the empty hallways, past dark classrooms. The lockdown alarm was still blaring, but I barely noticed it. The sound of my heart beating seemed louder than any alarm could ever be. I slowed as I passed Tom's classroom, clarity coming into my thoughts. I wanted to run out, but thinking of Tom and my other friends made me think of all the students that would be in danger if I just ran away. I approached Tom's classroom slowly, glancing through the slender window into the dark room. I thought I had seen Tom's fifth period teacher, Mr. Pelham, in the gym. So when I didn't see anyone in the classroom, I banged on the door. "Tom!" I whispered loudly at the door between bangs. "Tom, it's me, Nate," I said. Tom appeared out of the darkness.
"Nate?"
He said through the closed door.
"What are you doing? It's lockdown, man."
"Where's your teacher?" I said.
"I don't know. He left like 5 minutes ago. Told us to stay put."
"Open the door. We've got to go," I said. "The teachers, they're killing people."
"What?"
Tom said, smiling.
"Don't mess with me, man. This is serious."
I stepped back from the door and glanced both ways down the hall. I didn't see anyone. "I am serious," I said. "Everyone needs to leave. Come on." Tom reached for the door handle, but a voice from inside the classroom stopped him. I couldn't hear exactly what they said, but Tom's response gave me a clue.
"I know we're not supposed to open the door,
Tom said.
but this is Nate. He's no school shooter."
Tom opened the door and let me inside. I closed it behind me and looked into the darkness at the students sitting against the wall. "We need to go," I told them. "Now. Something is seriously wrong." "We're supposed to stay here," one girl whose name I didn't know said. "That's what the drills are all about, remember?" "I'm telling you," I said. "The drills didn't have this in mind. It's the teachers. I watched them kill some of my classmates. There's something wrong with them. Haven't you noticed anything strange today?" I could see in their eyes that many of the students had noticed, but none of them moved. "All right, fine," I said. "I'll go get help. Tom, you gonna stay here or come with me?" "I'm with you, man," Tom said, looking scared. "Okay," I said to him. Then I turned to the other students. "Someone call 911 if you haven't already." "We have," someone said. "They have police on the way." "Lock the door behind us," Tom said to the nearest student as we turned to the door. It was tempting to hunker down and wait for the cops to show up, but seeing what I'd seen, there was no way I could do it. The teachers had keys to the classrooms after all. We'd be sitting ducks. I checked the hall before stepping out. Tom followed, shutting the door softly behind us. We booked it to the nearest exit and pushed on the metal bars to open the doors. They came open a few inches and stopped, the telltale rattle of chains coming from the outside. "They locked the doors," I said in a harsh whisper. "What the hell is going on here?" Tom said. I looked around. "Let's try the faculty area," I said, noticing that we were near the admin offices. "Maybe they left one of those unlocked." Tom nodded. We moved cautiously through the halls toward admin, listening hard and keeping our eyes peeled. We ducked through the doors denoting the faculty area and saw a flickering orange light coming from the teacher's lounge. The door was closed, but, like most of the doors in the school, it had a thin rectangular window off-center through which the flickering light shone. I crept up to the door with Tom behind me. Taking a deep breath, I looked through the window. I saw a figure in the middle of the room staring right at me. I pulled my head back down. "What?" Tom said. "There's someone in there," I said, then stopped. The image of the figure in the room took a moment to solidify in my mind. I stuck my head up again and looked through the window. The vice principal, a man named Ben Sheridan, was floating in the middle of the room, his legs and arms outstretched to make an X with his body. He was naked, and there was a short wooden spear jammed through his chest. The orange light was coming out of his eyes, nostrils, and wide open mouth, flickering as if from an inner fire. There were also red glowing words and symbols written on the floors and walls of the lounge, pulsating in time with the brighter light coming out of Sheridan's face. He floated just above a glowing circle on the floor, the edges of which were surrounded by strange symbols and words. I couldn't read any of the words because they were in another language, but the symbols looked like they'd been taken right out of a horror movie. "How is this happening?" Tom said. and I realized he was standing behind me, looking over my head through the window. He sounded on the verge of tears. "This isn't supposed to happen," he continued. "This isn't possible." "We need to get out of here," I said. "Now." We moved past the vice principal's office and the principal's office, and past the admin office to the doors used by the faculty. I pushed on one of the doors, my hope disappearing as it, too, only opened partially before it was stopped by exterior chains. "The principal's office," I said. "Maybe the window's open, or we can break one." Tom nodded, following along, wringing his hands. As soon as we got into the office, I could tell that the windows weren't designed to open. I started looking around for something heavy I could use to break one of the windows. I located a heavy teaching award on the desk and picked it up. It was the shape of an apple attached to a wooden base. It weighed maybe 10 pounds. I glanced down at the desk plotter, noticing that it was a calendar. I looked at yesterday's date, reading a note there. Faculty meeting, 5:30 p.m. Something fell together in my mind. I was about to tell Tom about it when he spoke. "Someone's coming," he said in a harsh whisper. We ducked behind the principal's desk as a figure moved through the hall outside the office. I heard the door to the office open, and I clutched the award in my sweaty hands, mentally preparing myself to use it. "Nate Oshman?" a woman's voice said. "Is that you?" I stood up quickly, holding the heavy award over my head. It was Christina Henry, a pretty 20-something art teacher I'd had my junior year. "We need to get out of here," she said, holding up her hands. "I don't know what's happening with the other teachers, but they're killing students." "Yeah, no shit," I said. Tom stood up, eyeing Christina nervously. She looked normal, and she sounded genuinely scared, but I wasn't about to let her near me. "Were you at the meeting yesterday?" I asked her, taking a shot in the dark. She looked at me with open curiosity. "The meeting? What are you talking about? Why is that important?" "Because I'm guessing that's the last time all the teachers were together in one room," I said. "Whatever happened to them, someone did it on purpose. You walked past the teacher's lounge. You must have seen it." "I was sick yesterday," Christina said, apparently seeing the logic in my thinking. "I missed it. Now, can we please get out of here? Whoever chained up the doors had to be able to get back in here somehow. I have a key to all the exterior doors. We can find the one and get out of here." I glanced at Tom, who looked at me with wide eyes, which he shifted down toward the desk. He was trying to tell me something. "Let me think," I said to Christina, then looked down at the desk. Tom leaned down and put his hand on top of a clipboard on the desk. I glanced at it, seeing it was a list of names, teachers' names. At the top of the sheet, it read, "Faculty Attendance," and right next to Tom's index finger was the name Christina Henry. Next to her name, a check mark. I looked back up to see that she had a gun in her hand. "I like you guys," she said, dropping the scared tone. "I really would have let you go. You're both respectful students. You're not disruptive. I really wish you would have believed me." She raised the gun. I threw the heavy award at her, ducking as I did so. She fired the gun, but missed as she dodged out of the way of the teacher's award. Tom dove over the desk and tackled Christina, slamming her against the wall. They both fell in a tangle on the ground. Tom scrambled on top of her. She brought the gun up, but Tom caught her wrist with his left hand. With his right, he reached out and grabbed the award, then slammed it down on her face once. That was all it took. Seeing what he'd done, he clambered off of her, as if she were hot to the touch. I stepped over to her and felt her pockets for the keys she spoke of. I found them and darted out of the office. "Where are you going?" Tom cried. "We need to stop this," I said over my shoulder. I froze when we got into the hall. I could see through the doors to the faculty area that the hall was filled with teachers. They all had sharp implements in their hands, and they were all coated in blood. They stared at me blankly as they hurried down the hall. I ran toward them, stopping at the teacher's lounge. The doors to the faculty area were about 15 yards to my right. The teachers were 5 yards beyond that. I tried the knob to the teacher's lounge door, unsurprised to find it locked. Trying to calm my shaking hands, I fiddled with the keys, trying 2 of them before the doors opened to my right. I had time for 3 more out of the dozen on the key ring. To my left, Tom came out of the principal's office. "Oh, man," he said, looking at the dead-eyed teachers bearing down on me. "Run, Nate!" he cried. I slid a key into the knob and turned it, amazed to find that it actually worked. I'd found the key. I stepped into the room and picked up a chair from the wall just as the teachers crowded the doorway behind me. I stood outside the glowing circle on the ground and used the chair to shove the floating vice principal. I had to put all my strength into it, but it worked. As soon as he reached the opposite edge of the circle, he fell to the ground. Immediately, the glowing lights in his face disappeared, leaving only scorched black holes. The foreign words and symbols all over the floor, walls, and ceiling stopped glowing too. Behind me, I heard bodies falling to the floor. I turned around to see that all the teachers crowding the hallway were now sprawled out. I knew instinctively that they weren't unconscious. They were dead. They'd been dead all day. At least now, they weren't trying to kill us. Behind us, outside the school, the sound of approaching sirens was like music to my ears. Also, it turns out that most of you guys who watch me aren't actually subscribed. So if you like the content and want to support the channel, go ahead and hit the bell. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. It started last week. The lockdown, I mean. Before that, things weren't great, but they weren't awful. We weren't the happiest place on earth, but we weren't jumping off bridges either. We just were. We managed, is what I'm trying to say. Now years of impoverished alcoholism have reared their ugly head. The lockdown's done its job. It's kept us safe from the devil outside our walls. But sometimes, it's the devil inside that does the most harm. Sometimes it's the thinking. The thinking. That's what does you in. My town's main industry has been on the decline for decades. These days, most of us are on food stamps. We can't afford to live here anymore, but can't afford to move either. Catch-22. A few years back, the government opened up a compound on the hill, a research facility for military types and the superior geniuses you see on TV. A few weeks later, they announced the town would enter lockdown. Something about a radiation leak. Something about acid rain. Since it started, there's been 1 dead and 9 missing. How'd the dead guy go? If you're wondering, it wasn't radiation. It was self-loathing. They found Benny West near the woods with a smoking handgun beside what was left of his head, and a suicide note so wet with blood that nobody could read the damn thing. Famous last words? We never knew them. But then, I don't think any of us really needed to. You could still smell the booze on Benny's breath. Could still see decades of struggle etched into every line of his face. As for the missing, they're a tougher puzzle. Nobody's found them. Nobody's had any contact with them whatsoever. Not a text, not a call, not even a dusty email. It's odd, but maybe they just had enough. Couldn't take this place anymore and finally decided the lockdown was the worst of it. What's the phrase? The last straw. Yeah, that's what the lockdown was for them. The last straw. Since it all started, I've been going stir-crazy. Being cooped up inside with nothing to do but drink and watch TV will do that to a man. I think that's why I did it, you know? Took a midnight stroll. Loneliness is a strange beast, and it doesn't pick and choose its time of day. But if I had to place it, I'd say it always gets worse at night. There's something about the dark that suffocates, makes you feel vulnerable, singled out. So I went to her cabin, my old high school sweetheart, Vannie Williams, the only girl I've ever met that could shoot a target with her eyes closed and still hit a bullseye. The girl I called the love of my life, who left me after 9 years because I couldn't wake up in the morning without a shot of whiskey. That night, I needed her. Maybe I wanted to make amends, or maybe I just wanted somebody familiar, somebody warm who I could feel a sense of connection with. I don't know. All I really knew is I couldn't last another night alone in my cabin. Not with the whiskey, not with the 45. So I set off. The government was taking the lockdown seriously. One of my neighbors, Roger Huckbright, got a lashing from the sheriff for trying to break into the boarded-up liquor store after dark. They knocked out 3 of his teeth and told him next time they'd break his legs. I had a thing for my legs. I liked walking, liked kicking a ball, and most of all, I liked hitting the gas pedal of my truck. I didn't want broken legs, so I stayed off the main roads and stuck to the logging roads. Hell, I didn't even drive. Too conspicuous, I figured. I walked. To the right of me was the hillside, all brush and boulders with a military facility up top. And to my left was the valley, Charmouth Forest. On the other side of those trees was Vanny Williams. But walking straight through them was a death trap. See, that night it wasn't just dark, it was snowing. And where there was snow, there was ice. And I didn't want to risk a sprained ankle going down that valley slope. Not without cell service. Not when the weather called for a cold snap tonight. So I kept to the side of the road with my eyes and ears on. And as I walked, something caught my attention. It was above me, all the way up on the top of the hill, nestled near the military facility. Headlights. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that those lights belonged to the sheriff, holed up there in his SUV and looking for cars on the roads. Too bad for him that I was smarter than that. I didn't just leave my truck at home. I made sure to wear my black jacket and keep close to the tree line. There wasn't a chance in hell he was spotting me down here. Even still, his presence made my skin crawl. There's something uncomfortable about being watched, and even though I knew the sheriff couldn't see me, it still felt tense to be breaking the law right under his nose. I decided I wanted to disappear, just until I got myself firmly away from his field of view. So I slipped into the woods, keeping certain not to stray too far from the road, just far enough that I lost sight of the sheriff beyond the canopy of fir trees. I walked like that for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, kept it up until I rounded the bend in the road, and then I poked my head out and breathed a sigh of relief. The headlights were nowhere to be seen. The sheriff either took off, or I put enough twists and turns between us that the trees were now obscuring his view. Maybe he just figured nobody would break curfew on a night this cold. Either way, it was good news for me. I hiked back up to the road and then froze. Again, I felt that familiar, uncomfortable sensation of being watched, like there was somebody stalking me in the dark. I looked around, but I couldn't see a damn thing. Light blinded me. I stumbled backward, slipping on a patch of ice and falling onto my ass. Ahead of me, near the curve in the road, was a pair of headlights. The sheriff must have been scanning the road with a pair of binoculars to spot me all the way down here. Still, there was a pretty good chance he never made out my face. That meant I could still get away. I shot into the woods. I slipped down the valley slope, sliding over dirt and leaves and fresh fallen snow. I jumped and dipped, doing the best I could to dodge the onslaught of stray branches and renegade roots. I kept at it until my lungs got hot and I needed to breathe. Then I kept at it some more until I reached the valley floor. Breathing hard, I looked back at the top of the slope. If I thought it was dark up on the road, then down here, it was practically pitch black. I couldn't even see the ground directly in front of me. But despite it all, I knew one thing for certain. There weren't any headlights. I took a moment to lean up against a tree, catch my breath, get my bearings. I had to figure out which direction Vanny's house was in. Was it to the north, northeast? The cold nipped at my ears, bit at my nose. It was worse down here. The f***ing sheriff really made a mess of things. I glanced up again, up to where I knew the road was even if I couldn't see it. There wasn't so much as the background glow of headlights. That meant the canopy of trees must be thick enough that even an SUV's LED lights weren't going to worm their way inside or out. My hands found my phone in my pocket. No service. But that wasn't what I needed it for right now. Instead, I flicked its flashlight on. Good. That was better. Shivering, I used the dim glow of my phone to navigate as best I could, spotting familiar landmarks that I remembered from playing in the valley as a kid, and using those to plot my course to Vanny's. A big boulder here, a broken tree there. It was all coming back to me. I was going to make it out of here with all my fingers and toes intact, sheriff be damned. I took a moment to laugh at my situation. Now, it seemed absurd. I'd just run into the dark woods, evading police, all so I could spend a few hours with Vanny. She was either going to love that or hate it. I couldn't decide which. Something snapped behind me. A tree branch, maybe? Something big. I paused, wheeling around, casting my light as far as it could go. I couldn't see anything but the shadow of tree trunks and fresh fallen snow. I knew for a fact that there were bears in those woods, but surely they'd be hibernating by this time of year. "Hello?" I whispered. I didn't think the sheriff had the dexterity to chase me down here on foot, but it was possible he sent his partner after me. "Deputy Marigold?" No reply. Come to think of it, I couldn't hear any sound at all. Not the pitter-patter of squirrels hoarding winter food, or even the flap of birds flying through the trees. The forest was still, silent. Then something else snapped. This time, there was no mistaking how big it was. It rang out like a gunshot and I scrambled, running blindly backwards as my ears filled with the sound of rushing branches, ricocheting off timber as a tree plummeted toward the earth. The crash found me before I could fully clear the way. A fir branch whipped across the back of my jacket, smashing me to the ground and taking the breath out of my lungs. I wheezed, gasped for breath. I rose onto my hands and knees, trembling with adrenaline. I nearly got flattened just then, and I couldn't even tell where the tree had fallen from or what caused it. I stumbled forward. No time to think about that right now. Not when I was so close to Vanny's. Just a little further, and I'd be out of these woods and in front of a warm stove, making those gyoza things she loved so much. It only took a couple minutes for me to calm down. The act of almost dying is enough to throw anybody into a panic. But I'd been around the woods enough to know that they were unpredictable. Nature just did as nature did. There wasn't any stopping it. Sometimes trees fell. Sometimes, if you were unlucky, they fell right on top of you. I carried on for another few minutes when the feeling came back. The feeling from up on the road. The one where I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I swallowed. My light painted as much as the wood as I could. And from what I could see, there was nobody else down here. No sheriff, no deputy. It was my imagination, I reasoned. A dark forest is the ultimate evolutionary fear. The unknown. The hostility of the environment. As human beings, we aren't meant to be roaming the woods at night. But I wasn't some caveman hunter-gatherer. I was smarter than that. Besides, I could see the other slope now. I could see dim moonlight peeking through the trees, and that meant I was right below Vanny's house. A low groan filled the night. I raised my light, doing my best to peer into the wall of trees, but I couldn't make out a damn thing. "Hello?" I called. "Is somebody out there?" An awful feeling was growing in my gut, an instinct. No longer did I feel like I was being watched. I felt like I was being hunted. Time to get a move on. I shook my head, muttered a "F this," and took off toward Vanny's house at a sprint. Snow crunched beneath my boots, and my breaths came out in a great white fog. If there was some psychopath in the trees, then I wasn't about to make any of this easy on them. They would have to work for their sick kicks. A screech pierced the forest. In the far distance, I heard the beat of wings, of birds fleeing en masse. Then came the sound of footsteps. They were soft, barely crunching in the blanket of snow, but unmistakable, heavy, deliberate, closing in. I wheeled around and ran up the slope, only to slip on a patch of fresh ice and smash my jaw against the ground. Pain flared across my face. I spit a mouthful of blood and at least one of my teeth while my fingernails dug into the bark of a nearby tree, using it as leverage to get back to my feet. "Get away from me!" I shouted. "Stay the hell away!" I had my back to the valley's edge, facing the wall of dark trees. facing my stalker in the night. I needed to figure out a way to scramble up the slope without slipping and breaking my neck, but I didn't exactly have boots for winter climbing.
I'm armed,
I lied, trying to buy time.
so if I were you, I'd turn right around and start walking. Otherwise, you're getting my .45 between the eyes.
No answer except the shuffle of feet beyond my vision. Whatever was out there sounded big. A moose, maybe. That would explain the gentle steps and the power to knock over old trees. I racked my mind. What the hell was it you did to scare off moose? Making yourself big was for mountain lions. Loud noises, was it?
I said leave!
I shouted at the top of my lungs. A deafening screech met my ears, loud enough that the pressure of it made my eyes feel like they were going to pop in my skull. I clenched my ears and fell to my knees. Tears stained my cheeks, freezing in the air. Light blinded me. I shielded my eyes, stunned and disoriented as two headlights beamed down at me not 10 feet away. I scrambled backward. How the hell had the sheriff made it into the valley with that SUV? I barely made it on foot. The lights vibrated, moving closer to me. Something wasn't right. They didn't approach with the rolling sound of a car tire, but rather the crunch of a foot in snow. Not only that, but they were doing things I'd never seen headlights do in all of my life. They were blinking. Something reached out, a long, twisted and gnarled arm that looked like it ought to have belonged to a tree, grabbed me by my torso, snapping my ribs like twigs. I threw back my head and screamed. A voice reached my ears, something deep and cold, colder than winter. Mine, it said. This is the part where I tell you I managed to get away. That I kicked the creature in its giant white eyes and made a beeline up the slope, never to see the monster again. I wish I could tell you that. I really do. The truth is much worse. Vannie Williams saved my life that night, one last time. This time she didn't fish a handgun out of my mouth or spill my whiskey off of the balcony. She saved it in a shower of bullets up there on the valley ridge. She saved it doing what she did best, shooting, hunting. My guess is she heard my screams and came running, looking to help. She probably didn't even know it was me. Vannie was just that kind of woman, kind-hearted, warm. I don't know if she knew what that thing was either, but she caught it in the face with at least 6 separate shots, 6 bullets to its head, and it still climbed the slope of the valley like an anthill. 6 bullets to the head, and it still took her screaming into the trees, to God knows where. Now she's another statistic, one of the missing. The sheriff's calling me crazy for what I saw, telling everybody that I'm a drunk, and Vannie just had enough and skipped town like the rest. I know what I saw, though. I know there's a monster roaming these hills, and I know the sheriff and that military base have something to do with it. I know it stole the only woman I ever loved, and I know damn well I'll never rest until I get her back. So I think that's why I'm doing it, going on a little stroll into the woods. History class is underway, and there's nothing more boring. I slide down in my seat and adjust my hooded sweatshirt. Mrs. Blaylock used to give me shit about my hood, but I eventually wore her down. It's not the hood that I'm concerned with, though. It's the headphones in my ears under the hood. There are a few classes where I can get away with listening to music while the teacher drones on. It takes persistence to make it so the teachers don't even try, but I'm stubborn and I like to get my way. I zone out while Mrs. Blaylock goes over World War II. Class is about halfway over when all the students suddenly perk up and look toward the PA speaker in the corner of the room. I reach up and take one of my headphones out, hearing the familiar instructions of another lockdown drill. It's about time for one, I think. We do one every month. I slip the headphone back into my ear. I don't need to hear the instructions. I already know what we're supposed to do. I lean forward and get ready to head to the other side of the room with the rest of the students. A fast-paced punk rock song plays in my ears. Everyone stays seated for another minute or so, and I assume there must be some other announcements or instructions for this drill. I debate taking my headphones out to hear them, but it's probably too late now anyway. I'll just follow the lead of the other students. Mrs. Blaylock is standing in the front of the room, looking like she's asleep with her eyes open. I know the feeling. The students all stand up at the same time, a synchronized movement that gives me chills. I stand up too, shrugging it off as a coincidence. I take a couple of steps forward to head to the wall, but none of the other students are moving. I look over at Jared, who is the only kid in class I can really stand, and see that he's standing up, just staring ahead. What the hell is going on? I think for a second that everyone in class is playing a prank on me, but that would involve a level of preparedness that is unthinkable for high school students, especially the ones at my school. The song I'm listening to ends, and there's a moment of silence before the next one begins. A strange, repetitive sound comes dully through my headphones, and I feel my mind slipping away like I'm about to fall asleep. But it's not pleasant, like drifting off after a long day. It's downright scary, like my consciousness is being ripped away from me. The next song starts, and I snap out of it, coming back to my body. What in the actual I look up at the PA. There's nowhere else that sound could come from. I pull out my phone and open Spotify. I go into advanced settings and select the crossfade songs option, so there won't be any silence between songs. I put my phone back in my pocket and turn my head. The girl that sits behind Jared, her name's Amy, is sucking on Jared's neck. It only takes me a moment to realize she's not really sucking on his neck. She's biting it. She pulls away with a mouthful of flesh, and blood sprays out of Jared's neck, coating Amy's face as she chews contentedly. Jared doesn't seem to notice. He steps forward to Hector, the student ahead of him. Jared raises Hector's arm, then takes a big bite out of it. Hands come at me from both sides, and I turn to see dead-eyed students grabbing at me, their mouths watering. I shove them back and rush to the front of the room. I head straight for the door, looking over my shoulder to see that all the students in the classroom are now eating each other. Bloody mouths chew, wounds spill blood, and glazed eyes stare at nothing. Mrs. Blaylock steps toward me with that same blank yet hungry look on her face. I turn, running into the hall, and slam right into the gym teacher, Mr. Hardiman. He grabs me by the shoulders and ducks his head forward to take a bite out of me. I snap my head forward, headbutting him in the nose. We stumble away from each other. I grip my forehead, wondering how people do that in the movies without getting hurt. I've got a serious headache, but it pales in comparison to the threat of being eaten by Mr. Hardiman. He reaches toward me again, but I duck him and run down the hall. Punk rock plays in my headphones, and I suddenly feel like I'm in a movie with a kick-ass soundtrack. But a glance into a classroom I'm passing reminds me that this is no movie. This is really happening. Everyone has turned to zombies, and they're eating each other. I keep running, heading to the front office. I slide to a stop outside the office door, looking through the window. I don't see anyone in the office area. I don't know exactly where the PA system is located, but I assume it must be somewhere beyond that office door in the faculty area. I push through the door and come to the reception desk that's usually manned by Miss Kelly, the administrative assistant. I rush around the desk and trip over someone, or two someones. I realize as I look behind me where I am on the floor. Miss Kelly, once busy eating Principal Daly, now sets her sights on me. She grabs my left leg while Principal Daly, who is so badly eaten I thought he was dead, sits up from the floor and reaches out for me. I yell and kick and scramble away, ducking into the first office I see. As soon as I stand up in the office, I'm knocked down again as someone in dark clothing runs into me. We both fall to the floor, and I'm ready to fend off a hungry mouth, but the figure clambers up and runs out the door. I look around the office and see the PA system built into the wall next to the desk. The microphone is bent down to a small digital recording device on the desk. I see that someone has taped the transmit button down. I rip the tape off and hit stop on the digital recorder. I pull out my phone and turn down the volume a little, ready to turn it back up if I hear that weird noise again. But I don't. So I turn my music down some more, and then I turn it off. I hear a high-pitched sound start up, which sends my heart skipping and almost has me pushing play on my phone again. But I recognize the noise. It's the sound of hundreds of people screaming. I step out to the office door and see Miss Kelly and Principal Daly looking at their wounds, screaming. Principal Daly passes out as I stand there, unsure what to do. Miss Kelly looks up at me, tears streaming down her blood-smeared cheeks.
What happened?
She screams.
Help me!
All across the school, students and teachers are pouring out of the classrooms, bloody and missing pieces, screaming in confusion. I can hear them. I step back into the office where the PA is and shut the door for a little quiet. I call 911 and tell them there's been a terrible incident during a lockdown drill. I tell them to send all the medical personnel they can. The lady asks me how many people are injured. All of them, I say. Once the call is done, I lean over, deep press the transmit button on the PA, and tell everyone that help is on the way. I can still hear the screaming. I look down at my phone again, debating. Making a decision, I turn my music back on, crank the volume, and go looking for a first aid kit, thankful that I can no longer hear the screaming. I don't know who it was that set this whole thing up. I don't know how it's even possible, but I do know one thing. I'm never going anywhere without my headphones ever again. It happened late. I suppose these things always do. The end of the world isn't exactly a rise and shine operation, you know? It's a big decision, nuclear war. You think you're ready to drop the bombs, but then you figure it's probably best to sleep on it. Then you wake up and think maybe, just maybe, we'll first see how the day plays out. Maybe somebody convinces you not to press the button. Maybe the world gives you a reason it shouldn't go up in smoke like the stock market, like the riots in the streets, like the futures of an entire generation. Or maybe there are no reasons. Maybe starting fresh is all that's left. Maybe cleaning humanity off of this rock is the only truly moral choice left to make. I don't know. All I know is it's been a week since the blast. A week since I ran to the bunker, alone, forced to leave my family behind. If that sounds callous, then just know it wasn't me who abandoned them. They were disbelievers, all of them. They called me crazy for building the bunker, called me insane for stockpiling canned rations 10 feet under the dirt. I tried to explain to them that we were running out of time, that if they cared enough to open their eyes, there were signs that the end was coming. But to them, that was just noise, more chatter from a lunatic. They stuck their noses up at me all the way to the end. When the air raid siren sounded, my wife grabbed my son and daughter and screamed at me to leave the house, to never come back. So I did. I left them there. There simply wasn't any time to fight her for the kids, to fight the kids who were wholesale convinced I was a fraud, a liar. The bombs were coming, and the bunker was 100 feet away, buried beneath the forest behind our farm. I didn't have a choice, you understand? No choice but to run. So that's just what I did. I ran and ran, with tears in my eyes for my family. And just as I closed the heavy steel door of the bunker, I felt the low rumble of the first explosion, then the next. Like I said, it's been a week. I figure the worst of the fallout has dissipated by now. It'll be just the fires that are left. The fires that there's nobody left to put out. Soon, though, once the flames have exhausted their supply of wooden homes and fuel-laden vehicles, they'll die too. And then, the new world will emerge. The dead world. The dark truth is that the nightmare of nuclear Armageddon takes place in 3 stages. The first is what people often assume to be the worst. The bombs, the explosions, the mushroom clouds and the screaming and the running and the sirens. Truthfully, though, that's the easy part. At that stage, you're just afraid or dead. That's all. After that comes the flames and radiation. They do some damage, maybe more than the bombs when you consider the pain inflicted. But even they pale in comparison to the third stage, the dead world. In the dead world, the strings that tie us together are burned away. There are no rules. There are no customs. There is no humanity. It's chaos, unbridled, and hopeless. Raiders roam smoldering city streets, pillaging and raping and torturing for scraps of food. People are rounded up like cattle, butchered and eaten. That I think, is the stage we're beginning to enter, the stage of desperation. Even now, I hear a band of raiders above me. I've made certain my bunker is well hidden, but it's possible that the blasts have swept away the dirt camouflaging my hatch. It's possible I could be found. In moments like these, I'm almost glad my family perished in the blast. I shudder to think what the monsters above would do to them, to my wife and my daughter. Still, I've covered my bases. The raiders likely arrived to see if there were any animals left alive on the farm, or crops left to reap. They wouldn't be here looking for underground bunkers. Bang, bang, bang! The sound echoes around my bunker like a heart attack. I freeze. Through inches of steel, I hear the muffled chorus of humans shouting, moving. Bang, bang, bang! There's more shouting. I slink to the wall of my bunker, pick up my rifle, and load a round into the chamber. I'm panicking for no reason, I tell myself. I'm making much ado about nothing. Even with a band of raiders, there's simply no way they could break the reinforced steel hatch, not even with a pair of bolt cutters. There's the sound of something clanking. It sounds like metal on metal. Did they attach something to the hatch? Above, an engine roars to life. Something powerful. A truck, maybe. It screams as its wheels tear into the dirt above, and my pulse races. My hands grip my rifle, raising it toward the hatch, toward the intruders. It shudders. The hatch shudders like it's going to bend, warp, but instead it snaps clean off. I'm blinded by the afternoon sun. I shield my eyes as best I can, but there's no shielding my lungs from the fallout in the air.
I'm armed!
I scream, hacking a cough.
I'll blow the heads off any of you that wants to try me.
There's a beat of silence.
Mr. Fulton,
A voice blares over a megaphone.
you're under arrest. Come out with your hands up.
You think you're going to fool me with that spew?
I snarl. I cock the rifle and let off a warning shot through the open hatch. Birds scatter from the trees above.
Come any closer and the next bullet's going straight through your head.
Something drops from the top of the hatch. It's small, oval-shaped, and it bounces on the steel floor once, twice, before rolling to a stop. It's a metal canister. Smoke hisses out of it. I open my eyes and realize I've been abducted, stolen away. The familiar steel walls of my bunker are gone, replaced with cream wallpaper and drab lighting. It's an office building, or at least it was one before the world went tits up. Where am I? I ask, groggily. My head is throbbing, vision still blurry from the gas. You're at the precinct. I'm Detective Veneer, and I'll be conducting your interview. Interview? The room around me is sparsely furnished. There's nothing between me and the liar but a wooden table, a cup of coffee, and some empty creamer. It's a nice set, but it isn't fooling me. I don't have anything more than what was in the bunker, you hear? So you can call your raiding party back and let me go. Why did you do it? I don't reply. He's fishing for answers, fishing for details he can use to find my backup rations buried out back behind the barn. I won't say a word, though, no matter how much I'm gaslit. What's the matter? The liar says, standing up and adjusting his tie. Was a week not enough time to dream up an alibi? It occurs to me that he's gone through a lot of effort to put up this ruse, to pretend society isn't a fractured, crumbling memory. He's even dressed the part. I don't know what you're talking about, I say. The bombs, he snaps. You don't know about the bombs? My mouth twitches. What the hell was his angle? To throw so many competing stories at me that I started questioning my own reality. Of course I know about the bombs, I spit. I've known about the bombs for a long time. Anybody could have seen this coming. His fist hits the table. There's anger in his eyes, rage like I've never seen before. His facade is slipping. How long?
Long enough to build a bunker and survive the blast.
And your family? My voice dies in my throat. How? I say hoarsely. What the hell gives you the right to talk about my family? Where are they? He's looking for a reaction. He's trying his best to get me emotional, to get me to let down my guard long enough to spill my secrets and tell him about the cache behind the barn. They're dead, I tell him. They died in the blast. The liar, masquerading as a detective, leans over the prop table. He taps his finger on the surface. "What blast?" he says. My jaw clenches. My hands ball into fists. I want to leap across the table and slug the motherfucker for invoking my loved ones, for cursing me with the pain of their memory. But then he wins. Then he knows he can get me talking with the proper stimulation. "I'm not talking," I tell him. "No," he says. "What blast?" "I don't know," I snap. "I wasn't standing around to count how many bombs fell, to point out which one killed my family." "But you are standing around when we opened your bunker, weren't you? You saw the trees, the birds. How many nukes hit your farm, do you think? Must be pretty sturdy bird nests." I open my mouth to speak, but the words aren't there. The liar doesn't seem to mind. In fact, it seems he realizes he's found my weak point. He knows I'm breakable now. He walks around the table, sizes me up, then stalks over to the blinds covering the windows. He gives them a tug. More sunlight. It's blinding again. I hear the sound of a window sliding open, and suddenly my ears are assaulted with lies. A symphony of deception. Cars honking, people yelling in the street, music. Then the world comes into focus, and I see just how deep this act goes. They've set up a projector on the wall. It's a film reel from the old world with its tall buildings, its people walking to and from work, and its cars spitting methane into the air. "It took me a week to find your bunker," the liar says, coming back around to his chair. He slips a laptop from a bag beneath the table. "I had to comb through your online activity, match up receipts, call the company that installed your tin can. It took some work, but we figured out where you were hiding eventually." I don't speak. Their operation is more sophisticated than I expected. Much more. "Let me tell you what happened, Mr. Fulton," the raider says. "You fell down a rabbit hole of online conspiracy. You convinced yourself the world was ending, that there were psychic vampires living among us, infecting our every level of society. You convinced yourself that the only way to stop them was to start from scratch, and that our world leaders knew this and planned a global nuclear strike for New Year's Day, 2022. My body is shaking. As much as I try to pretend his lies aren't affecting me, they are. It's poison to my ears. "You're one of them, aren't you? Bitter too, I bet. There won't be enough food for you psychic vampires to sustain yourselves on, now that humanity is halfway to extinction." The liar gives me a hard look, then opens his laptop. He clicks around some, types a bit on the keyboard, then turns the screen around to face me. It's a picture of my house. It's blown to pieces. There's barely anything left but wooden splinters and smoldering ashes from the blast. "See this?" He taps something in the bottom corner of the image. It's a mess of colors, of pixels. It's red, pinkish, and scattered in several pieces. "That's your daughter," he says. My jaw drops. A sinking feeling grows in the pit of my stomach, unshakable and awful. Still, I knew there would be horror in the aftermath of nuclear war. I knew. I also knew it would be a necessary price to pay. He taps another section of the screen. The picture zooms in. "Over here. We think this might be a piece of your wife's skull, though it could also be your son's. Their corpses are in so many pieces, it's hard to say which hunk of flesh belongs to who." "You're sick," I say. "I don't want to see this. Put it away." "Wait," he tells me. "You haven't seen the best part." More tapping, more zooming in. This time the pixels are dark. There's something 30 feet away from the rubble of the house, something gray and familiar. "Stop," I tell him, looking away. "What's the matter? You set that speaker up, didn't you? Put it right there in the yard?" I don't want to be here. This isn't real. It's a lie. All of this is a lie. A sophisticated psyop designed to trick me into emotional vulnerability, staged by psychic vampires to feed off of my pain. Yes, that much is clear to me now. This is too sophisticated for the average raider. "Since reality seems to confuse you, Mr. Fulton, let me tell you what happened." The vampire leans back, a smug smirk on his weasel face. "You rigged your own house with enough explosives to sink a battleship. Bombs planted everywhere from under the couch to inside the walls.
You set it to blow the day the nukes were supposed to fly. Why? That's simple. You didn't want anybody finding any hints about where your bunker was, just in case the ICBMs missed your rural slice of butt nowhere. You didn't want your family above ground, freely able to give away your location to psychic vampires. This is textbook emotional manipulation, a specialty of his breed. I won't let him gaslight me, though. I won't let him feed off of me. He reaches into his bag and pulls out an old book. My journal. Pick this up in your bunker, Fulton. He flips through the pages. Reading through it, you'd almost think you gave a damn about your family. After all, the Sirens were for them, weren't they? You set them up to play, hoping it'd convince them at long last that nuclear war was well and truly underway. You hoped it'd convince them to follow you into the bunker, to bury them underground so their thoughts were safe from attack from, psychic vampires. Yeah, things like you, I spit. You gave them one last test of faith, one last chance to follow you into your rabbit hole of madness, and they refused. For that, you killed them. F*** you, I say, my voice quivering. You're nothing but a lying sack of psychic shit. You think I can't feel you probing my thoughts, gaslighting me? I wish I was lying, Mr. Fulton. I really do. The vampire sighs, packs up his laptop, and rises from the table. I feel bad for you, truthfully. Sooner or later, you're going to realize you were wrong. I don't know if it's going to happen when I leave this room or when you get to prison, but it will happen. And when it does, it's going to break you. He heads for the door, grabs the handle, and then stops. For what it's worth, I looked into those conspiracies of yours. Some were pretty convincing. They laid it out in easy-to-understand terms, made sensible links between the vampires, the pyramids, and the moon landing. He chuckles to himself. I guess the only problem I had was that at the end of the day, none of their shit stood up to reality. It only made sense in a vacuum as soon as you looked outside the conspiracy community, as soon as you realized how many little lies you needed to be fed to make the big lies seem palatable. Well, that's when the whole facade broke for me. He grips the doorframe, shakes his head and laughs. It's more exciting than reality, though, I'll give you that. He exits the room, leaving me alone in his elaborate set. I take a moment to admire the detail in the projector screen, the crispness of the sound system, and the smell of fresh coffee. It's impressive. He went to great lengths to pull the wool over my eyes, but unfortunately for him, I'm not a sheep. I know the nukes fell. I know we beat back the psychic vampires, and I know human civilization is in ashes. I also know it's for the best. The only thing I can't quite explain are the blinds. There's something about the way they dance up and down in front of the projection of the open window. The way I can feel the coolness of a breeze that's hard to explain. Part of me wants to get up and check, just to make sure they're fake. But then I think about how pointless that'd be. I already know the truth after all. I'm a search and rescue operator. Last month, I responded to a distress signal originating from an uninhabited island. I discovered a journal whose contents are disturbing. Last month, my team responded to a SOS in the Southern Pacific. When we arrived, we were unable to locate any of the stricken individuals, or indeed, any evidence of their whereabouts. All I found was 2 curious items in a local cave system, a journal and an audio recorder, both of which were owned by a man named Albert Vess, an archaeologist, and one of the individuals who deployed the SOS. The contents of the journal are disturbing, but perhaps worse still is the audio recording. Since reading the journal and listening to the audio, I've been feeling strange, unwell. My mind feels like mush, and my moods have been erratic. No medication has helped. My doctor thinks I just need some rest, but I'm not sure. It's just hard to describe. I don't know why, but I feel like the island has something to do with it. I feel like the journal does. I've transcribed it below in case anybody can help me better understand it, but be warned, it's an uncomfortable read. June 1st, 2021. The valley is steep. For an island in the middle of the Pacific, it feels almost unnatural, certainly uncommon. I've done plenty of these expeditions, and I've rarely encountered geography such as this. The shoreline is sparse, thin,
It gives way to a scatter of trees and a sharp drop-off into a hollow of palms and brush. It's incredible. Claustrophobic. It's where we're going, all four of us. Bernard, the research lead, Darian, the cave explorer, and Allison, one of the most accomplished archaeologists I've ever met. And of course, myself. My stomach is still upside down, recovering from the sail it took to get here, but the worst is over. Once we finish our survey of the ruin below, we can set up camp and get some shut-eye. It's not so bad, really, and we're so very close. This, I think, could be the discovery of a lifetime. The sun is setting in the sky. When we looked down into the valley this afternoon, we never anticipated it'd be this slow going, or that the canopy of leaves would be this blinding. Allison recommends we make camp and get some rest. She says the ruins will be there to excavate in the morning, and we'll be better off with more daylight to spare. Bernard disagrees. He says we've got lanterns and rations, and that the scene survey won't take that long. Besides, he's not planning on doing any excavating until he knows the ruins are actually there. His remark catches us off guard. I remind him that there are already aerial photos of the site, that there's no need to prove it's actually there because we can see that it is. It takes Bernard a minute to answer, and when he does, he admits the aerial photos of the ruins were doctored. He admits that the research he submitted to secure this grant was false. The liar. All I have, he says, is what's written in here. He shows us a leather-bound book with yellowed pages. It belonged to his ancestor, apparently, a merchant captain who was shipwrecked on this island over a century ago. According to the journal, there really are ruins, but the thing is, they're underground. You'd never know they were there if you weren't looking for them, and it's why nobody's discovered them before. I can hardly believe it. I want to be furious at him, but Allison is angry enough for the both of us. She's fuming. Darian doesn't seem to mind terribly, maybe because it's her first expedition, and she still has stars in her eyes. Trust me, Bernard says. This will be the discovery of our lives. I suppose we don't really have a choice. The boat that dropped us off won't be returning for another week. For better or worse, I and everybody else are stuck on this little spit of land. Allison heads into the trees to pee, and when she comes back, she's a nervous wreck. Her shoulders are quaking. Her voice is uneven. I heard footsteps out there, she says. Footsteps and laughter, out there in the jungle. I remind her that there's nobody out there, that this island is as empty as it's ever been. Then who's laughing at me? She snaps. The trees? The jungle ends in moonlight. It opens to a clearing, a dusty expanse of stone boulders and saplings. We made it to the bottom of the valley, to the site of the supposed underground ruins. Bernard tells us there should be an opening somewhere, a hole. It might be tiny, or it might be large enough to fall into if you aren't careful. The four of us split off, flashlights in tow. Allison in one direction, scowling, and Darian in another, beaming. She's young enough that I hope we really do find something. Otherwise, this might just sour her opinion on archaeology for good. Before I can step off, Bernard stops me. He asks me if I can hear that. Hear what? I ask. The laughter, he says. It's not 40 paces away that something catches my eye. It's small, difficult to make out in the dark, even with the light of my lantern and the moon above, but it's there. It's making my skin crawl. Between two squat boulders is a circle of small stones arranged in a spiral. They frame a recess into the earth that's filled with decaying wood, charred black by the heat of flames, a fire pit. I gaze at it, stunned. This island should be deserted. As my mind churns, I spot something sticking out of the dirt and the ash. It's broken, crumbling. It looks like Mother Nature has had its way with it, but it's unnatural enough to stick out to me. It isn't wood. It isn't stone. It's strange. I bend low, digging into the mess, hoping the debris above has managed to preserve what lay beneath. A moment later, and I know that it has. My hands pull something free, something that's decomposed into 3 pieces, something familiar, a fractured human skull. It's odd, but I stare at the skull for a long while. There's something about it that I can't quite put my finger on, but it's fascinating to me. I feel almost entranced by it. Before I can properly process my find, I hear screaming, shouting. I hear Bernard, Allison, and Darian all calling my name. They're shrieking for me into the night, telling me the good news. They've found the ruin. When I reach them, they surround a hole in the earth the size of a basketball. Bernard's lantern is sitting next to it. He's explaining in an excited tone how he nearly fell into the damn thing. He's explaining how he knew it would be here, about how he never once had any doubt. I'm trying to tell him Them, about the fire pit. I'm trying to tell them about the human skull split into 3 pieces. What does it matter? Darian asks. If somebody died here, that was probably 100 years ago. She's already getting herself ready for her first big find. She's tying a length of rope to a nearby boulder to serve as an anchor point. Bernard's strapping a headlamp to her helmet. Why it matters, I say, is that human skulls don't generally burn themselves on deserted islands. Why it matters is that whoever burned that skull was doing it very much on purpose, and there are very few reasons that would ever be okay. Bernard sides with Darian, but tells me that I'm probably right, that whoever burned that skull was up to no good. He tells me we can't do anything about it since it's ancient history. Before I can argue my point, Allison calls us over. She's on her belly at the entrance of the hole, with her flashlight angled down trying to get a look inside the ruin. She tells us she thinks she saw something move down there. Darian reasons that it's probably just water bouncing the light around, making shadows. She says she sees it all the time while exploring underground caves. I figure she's probably right about that. In a valley like this, it'll be a small miracle if these ruins aren't already flooded. Still, the skull looms in the back of my mind. It unnerves me. Darian rigs the rope to her carabiner and slips her legs into the hole. A moment later, and she shimmies the rest of her body through the opening until the white of her helmet disappears beneath the earth. As she lowers herself down into the ruins, Bernard asks her for details about what she's seeing. For the first while, she says it's just a long, tight drop. Nothing to see, just stone pressing against her on all sides. Then she says it's opening up into a cavern. She says she's inside of them now, the ruins, or rather, a cave system. I don't see any ruins, she tells us. All I see are... Her voice trails off. It sounds concerned. There's writing down here, she says. Lots of writing, all over the cave walls. It looks like it was scratched into the stone. Bernard looks ecstatic. He asks her what language it's in and whether or not she can read it. She responds by saying that yes, she can read it. It's English numerals, she says. There are numbers all over the cave. A pause. 2 breaths. Her voice echoes out of the dark hole. Are these dates? Nobody gets a chance to ask her about the dates or exactly how many there are because our attention is stolen. In the distance, from deep within the jungle, we hear the low sound of footsteps, heavy, desperate footsteps, footsteps that are coming our way. I call into the hole, ordering Darian to get out. I tell her something. Somebody is coming. My heart is beating through my chest, my mind replaying images of the scorched skull. It feels insane, absurd. There's nobody on this island. We know that. We have the records, and yet, I feel that something is very wrong. Allison holds her only weapon, a brush-whacking machete, and she's shrieking at Bernard, demanding whether he forgot to mention the existence of cannibal tribes on the island. Bernard's too shell-shocked to speak. I holler at him to help me heave on the rope, to bring Darian up faster. Thankfully, he does. It's exhausting, but we manage to pull her up to the top of the hole, just far enough to see the white of her helmet and her terrified features. She tells us that she's stuck, that she can't move any further. I hear the footfalls nearing, so close. Whatever's coming is running now, and the sound is like thunder in my ears. I watch as Bernard works at freeing Darian from the opening, and I realize it's taking too long, much too long. I drop the line and rush over to help, pressing my hands against Darian's shoulders. Then, all at once, the footfalls stop. They stop just outside the perimeter of the clearing. For a moment, the night is silent. None of us so much as steal a breath as we listen for whatever is out there, whatever is coming for us. Allison suggests that our shouting may have scared it off. It's a comforting thought, that it might have been a large species of boar charging through the jungle, or perhaps an earthquake. Bernard agrees. He adds that we're all running low on sleep and very on edge, and that Allison was right. We should have just made camp and gotten some rest. Then Darian screams, and her body slips, ribs snapping as she disappears back into the darkness of the ruin. A split second later, there's a grotesque cracking sound and the screaming stops. It's the sound of Darian's body striking the cavern floor. It is, I think, the sound of Darian dying. Something goes through us then. Allison, Bernard, myself. Something goes through us like a bullet, shutting us up as we wait, desperate to hear Darian call out and say she's okay, that she's just a little bruised up. I call out to her, desperate, horrified. Allison appears at my side and hushes me with a finger. She glares at me, narrowing her eyes at me like all of this entire disaster is somehow my fault. Then she lowers herself onto her hands and knees, machete by her side, ear toward the hole. She asks us if we can hear that. She tells us to listen. Bernard and I press ourselves closer to the opening. We strain our ears. There's a scraping sound coming from inside. a low, sustained sound, like something being slid across stone. "There's something down there," Allison says. "I knew there was something down there, and I told you, Bernard. I f***ing warned you." She erupts, lunging at Bernard like a maelstrom, scratching, punching, hurting him as much as she can. He curls up, but he doesn't try to fight back. He doesn't try to flee. He sits there trembling, I think, because he hears the same thing that Allison and I do down there in the cavern. He hears the sound of Darian's body being dragged away. We put it to a vote. Out of the three of us, only Bernard wants to go back down into the hole looking for Darian. Only Bernard wants to face the nightmare he dragged us into. Allison and I, we have no idea what we're dealing with. Bernard's convinced that it's an animal. A family of bears, perhaps, that are using the cavern as a sort of den. There's no other alternative, he says. What I don't say is that there's always an alternative. In this case, the alternative is we're not alone on this island. In this case, the alternative is that whatever's out there doesn't want to be found. The hike back up to our base camp is long, and by the time we arrive, it's raining and half past noon. A wall of dark gray descends toward us from across the ocean. Storm clouds, lightning flashes on the horizon, followed by rolling cracks of thunder. The sea laps and churns. All any of us want to do is go to sleep, to rest, and process our grief over losing Darian. But we have work to do. Bernard fires up the HF amplifier and attempts to contact rescue services. Static greets him over the receiver. He tells us he doesn't think it's working. He tells us the radio is Allison tries her hand at it, and thank God she does, because she gets the thing running again. Over the other end, like the voice of an angel, we hear the operator crackle out of the speaker.
Everything all right out there, folks?
"No," we say in near-perfect unison. "God, no." The conversation doesn't go as planned. According to the operator, it could be hours or even days before we're picked up. The storm front in our area is a bad one, they explain, and it's likely to impede any rescue efforts. Local authorities aren't keen on risking their lives for tourists. At the moment, they're attempting to contact military vessels nearby for a potential extraction, but we shouldn't count on that. Their advice? Hunker down, batten the hatches, stay safe, avoid becoming separated. "What if there's somebody out there?" Allison asks them. "Trying to f***ing kill us?"
Didn't you say you had a machete?
They ask.
Feel free to use it.
The night passes for me as a string of nightmares. I toss and turn for much of it. It's not clear why, but my stomach is in knots. I feel ill, nauseous, and unwell. I wonder if it's the rations I ate. Maybe Bernard didn't prepare them properly. Maybe they'd gone bad. It doesn't matter. My body and mind are exhausted enough that the pain in my stomach is an afterthought. I awake to silhouettes arguing, Allison and Bernard. My head feels like I just drank a bottle of whiskey and hit it with a hammer. My mouth is dry. I'm sweating and shivering at the same time. Do I have a fever? Pieces of their argument reach my ears. They're not far from me, but they sound so distant, so faint. "Give me a break, Allison. Darian's a grown woman who made her own choices. You think we knew she'd slip? She didn't slip. You know damn well." I stumble from the tent, and warm, tropical rain is pouring overhead. Wind whistles painfully in my ears. Allison and Bernard are standing beneath the awning nearby, looking at me, but their faces are a blur. I can't make out their expressions. "What are you doing up?" Allison asks. "Eavesdropping?" She's holding the machete, pointing it at me. Hands grab me by my arm, roughly. "Go to sleep," Bernard orders. He guides me back into the tent, back into my sleeping bag. "You're not well. Tomorrow the storm breaks and the rescue team should arrive." I mumble a response, but my words are slurred, barely there. "It's okay," he says. Nothing about this is okay, I thought to myself. I spend the night in and out of sleep, my mind swimming. My body feels feverish, alternating between flashes of panting heat and frigid chills. My dreams are of Allison. In them, she's calling out to me, begging me for help. She's trapped inside a pit filled with snakes, covered head to toe in red and blue serpents. They're slithering about her, and I'm holding her machete and chopping at them, trying to save her. "Please," she says, "please." The next morning, my head is pounding. There's an awful pressure near my temples, like my brain is expanding outward and trying to split my skull in three. I need water. I need aspirin. Why is it so quiet? I open my eyes to an empty tent. Strangely, there's no sign of Allison or Bernard. It's just me and the remains of our HF radio. Red and blue wires lay strewn about the floor like electrical snakes. Its faceplate is split in two, the circuit board with it. What happened? Wandering outside, I find the storm has cleared. A sprinkle of rain is all that's left. Did the rescue team arrive already? Perhaps Allison and Bernard have taken them down to the ruins to search for Darian. I abandon the tent and take to the shoreline, calling out their names. It's a short while later that Bernard finds me, emerging from the jungle looking disheveled, manic. His eyes are wild, framed with heavy bags, and in his hand is Allison's machete. It's flecked in crimson. Can't find Allison. His voice is stuttering, moving too fast for his lips. She's gone. I tell him to slow down. My head is in rough shape, and it's difficult to follow what he's saying. Bernard, I ask, is there blood on that machete? He shakes his head. He tells me to go back to the tent, to lie down. He says he'll keep looking for her. He says she has to be around here somewhere. She has to. As he stalks off, I think I hear him mumble a prayer, but I'm so very tired. My dreams are once more of Allison, of Darian. This time, they're beckoning me to return to the ruin. They're weeping that Bernard has done this to us, that he's lost his mind. They're saying that he's trying to kill us off so that the discovery can be his, and his alone. He pushed me into the hole, Darian whimpers. He drowned me on the beach, Allison cries. He's drugging you, they say in unison. Don't trust him. Don't follow him. Go back to the ruins and you'll see the truth. Do it before he cuts you into little pieces and eats you, burns your skull and splits it in 3. I open my eyes, and Bernard is fast asleep. The machete is tucked securely in his arms. As quietly as I can, I leave the tent and make for the ruins. It's partway through the jungle that the footsteps sound behind me. They're pounding the dirt, moving through the brush like a hurricane. Is it Bernard? I can't tell. My head is aching and my body is exhausted. But despite it all, I press forward at a sprint. I press forward toward the valley below, toward the ruins. I hear laughter in the jungle. Manic, maddening, laughter. It's following me, closing in. Whatever is happening on this island, I realize begins and ends with those ruins. I must reach them. It's a small relief to see the rope still anchored to the stone. I quickly toss Darian's line into the entrance of the cavern and squeeze myself through the opening. My palms burn, splitting open in warm blood as they halt my descent. Before I can make it to the bottom, something snaps from above and my rope gives way. I fall a short and painful distance, with the rest of my rope tumbling down around me. Looking up, I expect to see Bernard standing at the small moonlit entrance. Instead, it's just the empty sky. "Bernard!" I shout. There's no response. Flicking on my headlamp, I take a look around the cavern. The light reveals a tight cave structure, one splitting off into 3 separate tunnels. Carved into the walls, just like Darian said, are numerals, dates. What's odd though, what's borderline impossible, is the date the numerals list. October 20th, 1972. It's my birthday. It's everywhere. I'm alone down here. There's no sign of Darian. There's no sign of Bernard. The cavern is empty and feels endless. I've made small attempts to scout the 3 tunnels, but each presents its own share of impassable obstacles, whether growing too tight to traverse, dropping off into abysmal black water, or twisting steeply upward. I've chosen instead to remain beneath the entrance to the ruins. It is my hope I can shout and gain the attention of the rescue team when they arrive. Until then, I take this time to update my journal. I filled the entries of my flight from the tent, of my return to the ruins. I filled in other details as best I can while their memory is still fresh in my mind, because even now I feel my stomach roll with hunger and my mouth thirsty for water. I feel myself slipping. These details may prove important to me at a later date. I just need to hang on and hope that somebody will come. But I'm so thirsty. Perhaps just a sip from the lake, only a taste, just to wet my lips. I am unwell. I feel broken. Aching all over. I'm aching in my mind, and it hurts. So much. It hurts. There are sounds around me, sounds in the cave. I've recorded them to study later, but it is so difficult to think, so difficult to write. Are they talking to me? The sounds are so close. Close. They're surrounding me from every corner of the cavern now, and memories are playing in my head like videos or movies. I don't feel good. I feel really bad. I see my hands pushing Darian into the hole, down into the ruins. Oh God, I see her eyes as she falls, looking at me. I'm sorry. Had to. The radio, it was just so loud, and the rescue team would come so fast that I had to call it off. I had to tell them we were just peachy, and that there was no need to rush because Darian showed up right as rain. Of course I needed to destroy the radio, snapped the faceplate on my knee. I had to. What if Allison called them back and told them I was fibbing? Allison, always with her machete. She never let the damn thing go. What the was it? Her child? I needed to wait forever for her to step off into the jungle for a potty break, but when she did, I gutted her, because she was gonna ruin it all. I swear, Scout's honor, she knew something was up with me.
Bernard. Oh, Bernie, you knew the journal was trouble. You knew it was no good. You brought us anyway because you wanted answers for the dreams you were having since you read the thing. But don't worry. People are so easy to strangle when they're sleeping. Oh Lord, the voices, the skull, it told me it needed them. It needed us all down here, and we were so close to being part of this beautiful place, but nobody wanted to come, and Darian didn't land on her feet, so now it's just me. It's just me. Soon though, it'll be me and you. That's it. That's the final entry. Note that for Albert's less lucid entries, I attempted to transcribe them as accurately as I could from his writing. The bizarre capitalizations, the sudden misspellings, all of it is authentic to his journal, if that helps at all. Without access to the remains of any of the individuals, it's difficult to say if Albert was simply losing his mind or really did end their lives. The part about him canceling the SOS signal, however, is accurate. Somebody sent out a call indicating that Darian had reunited with the group and was not seriously injured, and that rescue at the time was no longer needed. We arrived 3 days later after their transportation returned to recover them and found their tent cut into pieces, equipment destroyed, and no sign of any members of the expedition. At that point, a search team scoured the island. I was the one who located the cave system, entered it, and recovered Albert Vess's journal and audio recorder, though there was no trace of him, body or otherwise. Here are the audio files I mentioned earlier. One is a sample of the laughter, and the other is a sample of the voice in the cave. In addition, I visually cited the writing on the cavern walls. The weird thing is that it doesn't match up to what was recorded in Mr. Vess's journal. The numerals I saw were all different. The date they listed was not October 20th, 1972, but instead April 4th, 1991, my birthday.
Brandon's skateboard stopped suddenly, sending him flying forward to roll on the asphalt. I knew without looking that he'd hit a small rock with one of his wheels. Anyone who's ever spent time on a skateboard knows how that feels. Brandon cursed and got to his feet, inspecting the patch of road rash on his arm. His board, which was knocked backward from his fall, had started to roll down the gently sloping parking lot, so I skated over and snatched it up.
Thanks,
Brandon said, taking his board from me.
Yup,
I said. I pushed off and managed a smooth kickflip in the shadow of the abandoned mall. It was early afternoon on a Saturday. Brandon and I had only been at it for about an hour, but I could already sense that my friend was getting bored. He didn't have the passion for skating that I did. It was just something to kill time for him. I practiced another couple of tricks in the parking lot, the spring sunshine and my exertions causing me to break a light sweat. I glanced over at Brandon, who seemed to be transfixed by the old mall. I knew the look on his face. We'd been friends since we were 10. After 7 years, you get to know your friends pretty well. "What are you thinking?" I said, skating up to him.
Freddie, my friend,
He said, taking up what I thought of as his salesman voice.
I think it's about time we preambulate the interior of this old mall.
Preambulate? I asked. Where do you learn these words?
It means walk around,
He said.
and I read books. How else do you learn new words?
I shrugged, kicking my skateboard up into my hand and standing next to Brandon, following his gaze.
Are you with me, young adventurer? Or are you unduly apprehensive?
He asked.
Screw it,
I said.
I've always wondered what it looks like in there. You got a way in? Where there's a will, there's a way,
Brandon said, sounding like my dad. We didn't end up needing much of a will to get in. At the second set of doors we checked, we found one with a broken lock. With minimal effort, we slipped inside the cool darkness of the mall. We walked on the dirty linoleum, our footsteps echoing back at us. Most of the stores on either side of us still had their metal gates down, but some of these gates had been broken, and the insides of the stockless stores had been ransacked. Graffiti marred the walls. Broken shelves, beer cans, and fast food trash covered the floors of these violated stores.
Ew, check that out,
Brandon said as we passed what used to be a shoe store. There was a twin mattress inside, stained with fluids I didn't even want to think about.
We might come across some homeless people in here,
I said, noting the evidence.
Nah,
Brandon said.
they're usually out getting food at shelters or panhandling for change during this time of day. If we came back through tonight, though.
I shuddered at the thought of coming into this mall at night. As it was, there was barely enough sunlight streaming in through various skylights for us to see. Had we been on the first floor, we would have needed our phones to see. We continued on, talking and joking, and picking up the odd piece of wood or metal to throw around, just because. We came to a pair of frozen escalators, and Brandon suggested we check out the first floor.
All right,
I said as seriously as I could.
but how are we going to get down there? The escalators aren't working. What?
Brandon said.
There's stairs now. A broken escalator is stairs.
I couldn't hold it any longer. I busted out laughing. Brandon did the same.
You got me,
he said, starting down the escalator. When we were near the bottom, a scrawny and dirty dog came shooting out from underneath the escalator, apparently scared by our presence.
Wait!
Brandon yelled and ran after the dog.
I like dogs. Come back here.
I laughed as he chased the dog down a dark wing of the mall, hollering as he went. I lost them both in the darkness just before I heard the dog yelp, followed almost immediately by Brandon screaming. His voice was cut off mid-scream, sending a chill up my spine.
Brandon,
I called into the darkness.
you all right? What happened?
No answer. I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight, shining it down the dark wing. I saw nothing but the same kind of disarray we'd already passed on the second floor. No dog, no Brandon. But I thought I saw his skateboard lying on the floor. It was too far away to tell for sure. I crept into the darkness, holding my phone in my left hand and my skateboard in my right, ready to swing it should anyone come out of the darkness toward me.
Brandon, come on, man.
I called.
This isn't funny. Just come out. I'm serious.
No answer. What I thought was Brandon's skateboard was really just part of a metal bench that had been turned on its back. Something moved in the darkness ahead, a wet, sliding sound that was just loud enough for me to hear. I swung my light toward the sound and saw what looked like a dark crack in the floor. Some kind of liquid glistened around the large crack as if it had seeped out from the crevasse. There were also a couple of small, dark piles around the crack. They looked like old clothes, but it was hard to tell from the distance. There were two thick wires hanging down from a dark hole in the ceiling. I started thinking that a pipe had burst, damaging the ceiling and also causing the floor to crack. There wasn't any water dripping now, but that didn't mean anything. I approached the crack in the floor, shining the light down on it. It was bigger than it had looked from afar. Brandon could have easily fallen through it if he hadn't seen it. I stepped into the strange liquid on the ground around the crack. It was thick, like slime, and slippery, but I was more concerned about Brandon. I stepped carefully up to the crack and positioned my light so I could see down. I saw a dirt floor some 10 feet down, but I didn't see Brandon lying down there, or the dog.
Brandon, you down there?
I called. A muffled whimper sounded from above me, and I immediately whipped my light up, shining it into the dark hole in the ceiling. Brandon's wide eyes reflected the light. He was stuck to the ceiling somehow, only it wasn't really the ceiling. I didn't know what it was. He was surrounded by slowly pulsating mounds of gelatinous flesh. His mouth was wrapped with something rope-like that was nearly translucent around the edges, but a dark red in the middle. I moved the light, seeing that more of these rope-like things were wrapped around his body, pinning him to the ceiling. They're living, some faraway part of me realized. Brandon's eyes closed as I watched in horror, unable to process what I was seeing. I realized he was pale, too pale, and I realized why a second later. The dark red middle of these things wrapped around him suddenly cleared out, like the last of a drink getting sucked up a clear straw. Whatever the thing was, it was drinking him. Another whimpering noise sounded, and I moved my light over, seeing the dog up there, wrapped with those things, getting the life sucked out of it. What I had originally thought was a wire hanging from the ceiling moved, jerked towards me. I flinched, trying to get away, and slipped on the slime under my feet as the tentacle snapped out to where my head had just been. My skateboard clattered to the ground as I fell. I hit the ground hard, only to see the other thick tentacle swinging toward me. I didn't think. I just moved, rolling to my right and falling through the crack in the floor. I landed on the side, my left arm under me, which broke with searing pain. The impact sent my phone skidding along the dirty floor, coming to rest with the bright light pointing straight up. I fought for my breath, thinking I was going to suffocate, before finally gulping in a lungful of air. I cried out, the insanity of my situation and the pain in my arm threatening to overwhelm me. Finally, I gathered myself and crawled over to get my phone. I lifted it and shone it around the cave-like area I'd fallen into. Everywhere I looked, there were wires hanging down from the ceiling. But they weren't wires. They were tentacles. There were dark piles of clothing sitting under some of these tentacles. Their existence told me I wasn't the first person to end up down here, underneath the abandoned mall. Whatever those creatures were, they had no need for clothing. They only wanted blood and meat. I saw Brandon's board off to my right, which he must have dropped down the hole when that thing snagged him. I stayed where I was, well away from the hanging tentacles. I looked down at my phone screen, thinking I'd call my dad. The screen was a jumble of colors. It had been smashed in the fall. I messed with it for a minute, seeing if I could pull up anyone's number. Nothing worked. Rage and helplessness boiled over, and I screamed out for help. No one answered. There was no one around. But a tentacle came down from the crack in the ceiling, the crack I'd fallen through. It stretched itself out as if offering help, a way to climb out of here. I knew if I touched it, that would be the end. Or would it? Could I escape? Could I somehow get free once I was up in the mall again? I didn't know, but I didn't have much of a choice either. We knew from the start that we were digging too deep. It was too deep for the rig, too deep for the drill. Just dangerous and stupid on all counts. But the company thought we might be right above an oil pocket, so we had no choice.
Drill, baby, drill,
Harvey said, struggling with the lever despite his massive arms.
Hey boss, it's starting to redline,
Georgie said, waving me over.
Take a look. I don't know if she can handle any more pressure.
I chewed at my unlit cigar. The gauge was already in the red, and we weren't even half the distance that the company demanded. I figured when they made me shift leader, it would be a nice raise, and I'd just have to break up the occasional fist fight. Now it looked like I was going to have to either risk a $20 million piece of equipment or call off the drill and risk getting replaced. It was early afternoon and hot as hell. The ocean reflected the sunlight back at us like a mirror. I took off my hard hat to wipe off some sweat and tried to make a choice. For better or worse, the decision was made for me when sparks started to fly.
Oh, hell!
Harvey said, letting go of the lever and backing up. Georgie pointed to the drill.
Boss, I think...
The rest of his words were lost in the violent screech of metal as the drill came to a halt. There was a muffled pop, still loud enough to make my fillings rattle. Then came the smoke, black smoke, so thick you could almost chew it. My first fear, the driller's greatest fear, was fire. Luckily, once the drill was shut down, there were no immediate emergencies. We were just beginning maintenance when we heard the scream. At least, I think it was a scream. The sound was distorted, rising up through the water like a blood clot floating loose. Everyone froze as the noise washed over the oil rig.
Was that human?
Carter asked, glancing around like he was expecting to see somebody being tortured right there on deck.
Probably a whale,
I guessed.
It kinda sounded like a whale song.
Harvey spit over the side of the rig.
Yeah, maybe if you had a whale hooked to jumper cables.
Do you think we hit something with the drill?
Georgie asked. He had one skinny hand clasped over the other, probably to stop it from shaking. Georgie was an anxious guy, but, to his credit, everybody on deck looked rattled. me included. I took a deep breath, tucked my chewed-up cigar behind my ear, and tried to put on my best shift leader face. "Whatever made the noise isn't going to hurt us 100 feet above the surface," I said. "As long as nobody decides to jump into the Gulf for a swim, I think we'll be fine." That got some nervous chuckles from the crew. We went back to running diagnostics. Carter and his team cleared the deck, then went to look over the cranes on either end of the oil rig to make sure there was no damage there. Harvey and his guys did a deep examination of the unmoving drill to try to figure out what we hit and how we could get it turning again. Georgie and I had the least exciting job, watching the computer in the control room reboot and reconfigure, then run a systems check. "What do you think we hit?" Georgie asked me when we were alone. "Mineral deposit? Shipwreck? Who can tell? I just hope the drill isn't busted up too bad." "That scream, though!" I shrugged and tried to smile. "The ocean is full of many wonders, my friend. Maybe it was a whale saying hello, or a pod of dolphins telling us to go fuck ourselves. Whatever it was, it sounded big and down deep," Georgie said, fiddling with the controls. "Well, big don't matter too much if it's deep enough. Unless the thing can fly, I think we're safe." Nothing the fellas tried could get the drill turning again. It wasn't so much broken as stuck, according to Harvey. The man sat across from me in the canteen, his beer gut pushing against the table. "I don't know what else we can try to get it loose, boss." "You reversed the motors?" I asked. "What about the kick brake? Have you tried to—" "All of it. Come on, boss. This isn't my first rodeo. We tried everything. The drill is stuck." I sighed and opened up a beer. My shift was over, so I was technically allowed to drink, but it was frowned upon. Whatever. It was a garbage day. Harvey went and joined his usual crew, leaving me to sit alone at the table to simmer over how to fix the issue. If the drill was still dead by the end of the morning shift, we'd have to call in a repair crew, and I'd be well and properly screwed. It was going to be a long night. I was going to be at the problem until it was fixed, or I was fired. I decided to head down to the crew quarters to catch an hour of sleep right around sunset. I set my alarm, crawled into my bunk, and I was out immediately. I woke up to the sound of the entire rig reverberating. The crew quarters were humming with activity. Folks falling out of their bunks, foremen stomping around demanding to know who was making all of the noise. The dings were so fucking loud. It was like being trapped under a giant bell that somebody was firing a rifle into. I saw Georgie scrambling towards me.
"What in the hell is going on?"
I shouted, hopping on one foot as I tried to pull on my pants. Georgie's face was pale. "It's the drill!" I checked my watch as we headed to the deck. It was barely 9 at night. I'd slept for less than an hour before the racket started. The stars shined with high luminosity above the Gulf. It was a clear night with the moon hanging low just over the ocean. The waters were relatively calm, but I noticed a strange chop that almost seemed to be rippling out from the oil rig into the sea. If something major was about to break, we were well and truly screwed. The rig was 80 miles offshore. It would take hours for help to arrive. Harvey was already struggling with the drill controls when Georgie and I ran over.
"She's shaking,"
the big man said.
"Something is hitting the drill."
"What could possibly hit the drill hard enough to—" I was interrupted by a thump from the ocean, followed by the unexpected sensation of static electricity raising all of the hairs on my head. The confused looks on the faces around me made it clear we'd all experienced the same phenomenon. An instant later, all of the lights on the rig went out. I pulled out my phone to use the flashlight and realized that the device was bricked. A total power outage that wiped our electronics. We were dead in the water.
"It was some kind of electromagnetic pulse,"
Georgie explained once we were back in the cafeteria. Harvey and his crew were still on deck, trying to manually restart the drill. I was meeting with Georgie and a few of the supervisors privately to figure out what the hell happened.
"All of our phones are dead, radios too,"
said Tyson, an oil rig vet and steady presence.
"Can't contact the mainland or the company then?"
I said, chewing at my unlit cigar.
"Next resupply isn't for 3 weeks.
"Shouldn't take that long for them to see something's wrong,"
Georgie said.
If we don't hail them with a report in 6 days, they'll attempt to contact us. If they can't, they'll send a boat the day after. We should be all right. You think we can live a week with this shit going on?
Tyson asked. I bit the cigar.
I think we'll have to.
The maddening noise was a constant companion for the next few days. Sometimes the tapping on the drill was as quiet as change dropping onto the floor. Most times, it was loud enough to cause the rig to vibrate. There was something unnatural about it, like the sound was alive. Not just alive, but angry. Jordan Sprigg was the first crew member to snap. He was a young guy, a former farm boy, spending his first season on the rig. On the second morning of the blackout, he jumped from the deck into the ocean 100 feet below. I was at the drill when it happened. We even made eye contact as he took that last step off the platform. Jordan was holding a heavy replacement pump when he went over. The kid sank like an anchor. Later that day, Harvey and a fellow named Brian got into a fist fight in the cafeteria. Harvey ended up crushing the other guy's windpipe and putting him in the infirmary. I ordered Harvey confined into a storage room since we didn't have a brig. On the third day of the blackout, Bill Samuel stabbed and killed our cook over breakfast. That night, 4 more crew members killed themselves by jumping into the ocean weighed down in some manner. I had to order a full-time watch of the deck to make sure no one else tried to go for a final swim. By the 4th day, it was clear we wouldn't survive a week living with the noise. I had to confine a dozen crew to either the bunkhouse or locked storage rooms for erratic behavior. Those of us who were still functioning were just barely hanging on. I heard the damned tapping all day and all night. I couldn't even escape it in my dreams. I'd begun chewing my nails and stopped shaving. The ocean all around us was beginning to look strangely zen and inviting. That was a bad sign. Around noon on that 4th day, the drill began to spin. There was a violent wail as the distressed machinery lurched into motion. I rushed over to the center of the deck. The drill was moving, but it was turning in reverse. Something was causing the device to lift. The drill crept upwards for the better part of an hour. We all watched it with a mix of curiosity and horror. What was making it move? All of the motors were still offline, so something was physically pushing the drill towards the rig. A dozen tons of dead metal inched its way towards the surface. I was in the control room in the rig's observation tower when the shadow appeared under us. Georgie was next to me.
Jesus above,
he whispered. The shadow was colossal. It dwarfed the oil rig on every side. From my perspective, I couldn't tell if the object was as big as a building or a city block. Whatever it was, the thing was coming closer every moment. The drill screeched to a halt. There was a tremor moving through the rig, then the sound of rushing water. The shadow grew larger exponentially, finally breaching the surface in a rush. A towering wave followed on all sides.
Georgie, stay away from the wind!
My shout was cut off by the roar of the geyser crashing over the rig. The highest part of the wave rocked the control tower, shattering the windows, but didn't completely submerge us. The crew on the deck wasn't so lucky. I stood up, soaked from the spray, and looked down in horror. The wave had flooded most of the rig, sweeping any soul who wasn't in the tower into the Atlantic.
Boss, above us!
Georgie croaked. I looked up from the empty deck to the sky and saw the creature for the first and last time. This was the thing responsible for stopping, then raising the drill, for the tapping, and for the rogue wave. I was sure of it. The whatever the hell it was appeared like no animal I'd seen or heard of before. Its body was a series of interlocking, fleshy rings in constant motion. Each ring was tinged yellow and covered in open eyes with massive wings scattered evenly across I guess you'd call it a torso. The creature reminded me of a living armillary sphere, a globe made of tangled circles that was roughly the size of a small town. Spray fell from the abomination as it rose higher into the clouds, its wings beating far too slowly to logically move that much mass. I thought I saw other organic bits inside of the rings, teeth and hair and guts, and even an occasional weeping face. One of the organism's eyes caught my own, and I felt ripped open, like it could see every secret, every sin, everything I'd done, and all that I was or would ever be. Then the creature was gone above the cloud cover.
We drilled too deep.
I heard Georgie whisper.
We let something out.
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no way I can change your seating at this point. It's a full flight, the airline worker says to me. She stands behind her desk, looking down at her computer. Our original flight was canceled, I say, pleading with her. This was the next available flight, but we didn't have the option to choose our own seats like we did on the original flight. There's absolutely nothing you can do? The lady looks up at me from her computer. I'm sorry, sir. If I could seat you next to your girlfriend, I would. It looks like you're only a couple of rows away from each other. Maybe you can ask someone to switch with you on the plane. The stress of the last week sits on me like a monkey with a knife, digging around in my skull. I can feel myself slipping, but the last thing I want to do here is make a scene. So I grumble to the woman in the blue uniform and head back to the crowded seating area. I shake my head as I approach Sandra. She gives me a sad smile, which does nothing to conceal the worry in her eyes. It's completely full, I tell her. They can't do anything for us. She reaches over and takes my hand, her touch making all the stress worth it. I look into her brilliant green eyes, set in the most beautiful face I've ever seen. Her raven-colored hair frames, and her angelic features give contrast to her smooth, pale skin. I love you, I say to her. I love you too, she says. I know she means it. We kiss, a gesture that's cut short by the boarding call for our flight. Our number is called shortly, and we stand up to get in line with all the other passengers. I'll ask whoever sits next to you if we can switch, I say once we have our tickets and passports checked. Oh, it's okay, Frank, she says, waving a hand. Nothing's going to happen. Don't worry so much. There's nothing to do but sit and wait for the plane to take us to our new life. I think about all the preparation I've done to get us here. Still, it would make me feel better if we sat together. But I find it hard to refuse Sandra anything. Are you sure? I ask her. Yes, it's fine, she says. It could be better this way, you know? It looks like we're not traveling together. I nod. She's right. I let her go ahead of me as we board the plane. I scan the faces of the people already in seats, looking for what? I don't know. Some recognition, a hard stare, something. But I don't see anything like that. Just a bunch of people getting settled, reading books, or messing with their phones. I'm in a middle seat on the right side of the plane. Sandra is in a window seat 3 rows behind me, on the left side of the plane. I'm comforted to see an old woman sitting next to her, and a middle-aged woman in the aisle seat. As is my luck, I get stuck between an old man on my left and a particularly large young woman on my right. I can already tell the old man's going to be a talker. He has that look in his eye as he sits down next to me. Once I'm settled, I turn in my seat and look over my shoulder. I can just see the top half of Sandra's head. She sees me, stretches up in her seat, smiles, and gives a thumbs up. I smile back, starting to relax for a change. I can't believe it. This is really happening. I'm with the love of my life, heading off to Europe to live the life I've always wanted. I smile as the old man next to me asks me my name. I start chatting with him, asking him questions about his life, and listening to the rambling replies with a sense of calm I welcome wholeheartedly. Once we're in the air, I find that sense of calm expanding even more as the stress of the last 7 days melts away. My mind drifts toward things we'll do as we travel around Europe, money no longer a problem. I find that I'm incredibly tired. I've been so concerned with getting this trip underway and all the other things that entailed, that I haven't slept much. Soon enough, we're cruising high above the Atlantic, and the flight attendants are serving food and drinks. I order a gin and tonic and enjoy a chicken wrap as the in-flight meal. The alcohol and food combine in my stomach, making me pleasantly groggy. I turn in my seat once again and see that Sandra has her head propped back against the seat and her eyes are closed. I gaze at her for a long moment, unable to believe my luck. What did I do to deserve a woman like this? I don't know, but I'm not going to question it. I settle into my seat and tell the man to my left that I'm going to get some sleep. It's a long flight, and sleep is just what I need. I close my eyes and drift off almost immediately. I jolt awake as someone touches my arm. "Sir," the flight attendant says, "please bring your seat back up. We're making our descent into London." I do as I'm told, stretching my stiff neck and wiping the sleep from my eyes. I look back at Sandra, seeing that she's still asleep. We land without incident. It's nighttime, but the massive Heathrow airport is well lit. I look past the woman to my right, gazing out the window as we taxi. Once we're at the terminal, everyone gets up and starts to file out of the plane in the typical slow fashion. I sit in my seat, waiting until everyone ahead of us leaves. I decide to wait for Sandra so we can walk off together. So I cross the aisle once the opposite row is empty so the lady next to me can get out. I look back, expecting to see Sandra standing there, but she's not. Of course, there are people standing in the way, so I shrug it off. The old woman and the middle-aged woman that were sitting next to Sandra move off the plane. They both look at me as they go, smiling strangely. I notice a small, dark stain on the old woman's sweater as she walks past in the aisle, turning her head to smirk at me. At the last second, she throws a phone down on the seat next to me. My throat thickens. My breathing grows ragged. I ignore the phone, turning around to look at Sandra now that there's no one in the way. She's still sitting in the seat, her eyes closed and head resting on the seat back. But something seems off. I can't place it, but I know something is terribly wrong. I lunge into the aisle, crashing into a man in a suit. "Watch it, Frank," he says as I squeeze past him. I barely even notice he's there. Other people move out of the way as I scramble back toward the woman I love. "Sandra," I say. "Sandra?" There's a thin, dark blanket tucked under her chin, concealing her upper body and the seat. Now that I'm up close, I can see that Sandra's skin is sallow, the texture of candle wax in a humid room. I reach toward her, gripping her by the shoulders through the thin blanket. The movement jars her, and her head comes forward. For one moment, I think she's waking up, but her head keeps going, her chin hitting her chest as her head tumbles off her neck into her lap. I scream, only now seeing what the blanket previously concealed, the drying blood coating her clothes and soaking into the seat back. In an insane act of grief, I grab her severed head in both hands and bring it to my face, placing my hot forehead against her cold one as the tears spill out of my eyes. A woman screams behind me in the aisle, seeing the gory scene. The businessman's words from moments ago echo in my head. "Watch it, Frank," he said. I now remember seeing him sitting directly behind Sandra, and the two women sitting in the row with her. Fury builds in me, and I put Sandra's head back down in her lap like I'm setting a fragile vase on a stand. I rush back into the aisle, the small group of people still left on the plane looking at me with fear and disgust. As I start down the aisle to find the man and the two women, a phone rings next to me. The phone the old woman threw down when she passed. I answer it, already knowing who it will be.
"You thought you could run away with my wife?"
The harsh voice says over the phone.
"With my money? I trusted you, Frank. I treated you like a brother. You think I can't buy a half-dozen seats on a plane and put my people in them?"
I listen to my former boss and the most dangerous man I know, but no words come to me.
"Nothing to say for yourself?"
He asks.
"Fine. My associates will see you in jail. Enjoy your last few days on Earth."
The line goes dead. I drop the phone back into the seat just before a police officer tackles me to the floor from behind. I barely notice as the cuffs go on. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Not without Sandra. We weren't supposed to take the boat out after dark, and we really weren't supposed to take the boat out joyriding after sundown with a cooler full of beer. It's a shame that Jody and I didn't follow the rules. If we hadn't gone out last night, a lot of people would still be alive, myself included. I don't have a lot of time to post this. I can already hear them trying to get in the door. If anybody receives this, if anyone believes me, share my story. Don't let this die with me. This all started when Jody spotted that damned black box floating on the ocean.
Move the spotlight a little to port, Jim.
Jody called out.
I think I see something in the water.
Jody was leaning over the side of our little speedboat. Well, it was technically the oil rig's speedboat, used mainly for scouting sites. But that night, we were taking it for a spin off the clock. I sighed, plopped my half-finished beer into a cup holder, and complied with Jody's request. The spotlight skipped across the black water. It was a calm, clear night, all stars and barely any waves. Before the light caught up to where Jody was pointing, I noticed what must have caught his eye. There was a small, red flash. Then the area was illuminated, and I saw the box. It was an orange container, a little larger than a cinder block. Jody began hunting around our small boat for one of the fishing nets. He found one and stretched it out to snag the box as we passed by. He set the object on the deck, and I came over for a closer look. "Flight recorder do not open," was written on the side of the box in big, white letters. Under that was a series of symbols I didn't recognize. They were like hieroglyphics, more pictures than words, but appeared to be nonsense. A row of unreadable scratches and lines, and, under that, a phone number. "Do you think there's a reward?" Jody asked. We tried to pilot the boat back into the dock at the rig quietly. It didn't matter. Sawyer was waiting for us. Before he could start chewing us out and assigning extra night watches as punishment for borrowing company property, Jody held up our find. Sawyer stopped mid-rant.
It looks like a black box, like from a plane,
he said. "But it's not black, it's orange," I pointed out. "Yeah, they're orange so you can find them floating, dumbass," Sawyer said. "The black box part is, figurative and whatnot." "There's a phone number," Jody cut in. "Do you think there's a reward?" After some debate, the three of us decided to wake up Patrick. Pat was a former Navy guy, a burly, quiet fellow who never talked about his service, but gave all of us the impression he'd seen some crazy shit. Sawyer and I went to grab Patrick, while Jody guarded the box. I shouldn't have left him alone, but I didn't realize how dangerous the situation was at the time. Like Jody, I had visions of big government reward checks bouncing around my mind. I should have known better. Sawyer and I snuck into the crew quarters, moving carefully past rows of bunks with sleeping drillers and rig support staff. I shook Pat awake gently, but he shot up so fast that, for a moment, I thought he was about to hit me. Before that could happen, he seemed to recognize me and calm down. "Please don't startle me like that," he asked in a way that made it clear he wasn't making a request. For a second, I was terrified of Patrick. I could imagine all of the rumors about him serving in the Special Forces as being completely true. Then his big goofy grin split his beard and I relaxed. It was just Pat. "We have something to show you," Sawyer whispered. "Come with us." Jody had moved the box to one of the storage rooms. The four of us huddled around a small table, surrounded by cleaning supplies, while Patrick looked over the flight recorder. As he read the writing on the box and the strange symbols, something changed in his face. His usual friendly smile dried up like a lake in a drought. He had a weird look in his eyes, and his whole complexion seemed to almost shrink. He was terrified. "Where did you find this?" Pat whispered. He ran one shaking hand over the indecipherable markings. "Do you have any idea what this is?" Jody grinned. "Our winning lottery ticket, that's what it is. This is something top secret, isn't it?"
more than top secret," Pat said, slumping back into his chair. I've heard rumors but didn't think it was real. Those markings, it's better not even to talk about it. Did you find this in the ocean?"
"Yeah," I said, trying not to catch Pat's panic. "Floating about half a mile from the rig." Pat pushed the box towards me.
"You should ride back out and throw this into the sea. Get it far away from all of us and hope they're not able to track it." "Who would be tracking it?"
Sawyer asked. Pat just shook his head. Jody was fidgeting in his seat. I recognized that behavior from him. There was something Jody wasn't telling us. "Hear that, Jody?" I asked. "Pat advises we dump the box. If you get the boat ready to..." "I already called the number," Jody said. "I'm sorry, I didn't see any harm. I thought we'd all get a reward. I thought..." Jody looked around the table. Sawyer and I shared a glance. Patrick looked like somebody just told him he had cancer.
"What did they say when you called?"
Pat asked. "That they're on their way." Patrick stood up without a word and walked out of the room. Jody pulled the flight recorder close. "Maybe things will work out," Sawyer said. With nothing else to do but wait, we all left the storage room. I wandered back to the crew quarters and slipped into my bunk. I woke up to the wild screech of our alarms. Every siren on the rig seemed to be going off at once, a wailing hurricane of shrill whistles and bells. Somebody threw open the door to the crew quarters. The lights came on, then immediately died. They were replaced with the red glow of our emergency backup system.
"What's going on?"
A voice shouted. Another raised voice asked, "Is there a fire?" A new word swept through the room like a fever. Pirates. People were getting dressed, bumping into one another. The whole room calm, but walking that tightrope right above an animal panic. I was pulling on my boots when I heard the first gunshot. The soft pop caused the entire room to freeze. It sounded like it was coming from above us, probably from the deck. I held my breath in the silence that followed. It didn't last long. Muffled gunshots began going off rapidly. I don't have any military experience, but years of action movies and video games led me to guess somebody was firing an automatic weapon with a silencer. That was enough to send a few people into a panic. First one, then a handful, then a dozen members of the crew ran out of our quarters, knocking over bunks and coworkers in their flight. Most of the folks around me stayed calm, though. Patrick was standing on his bunk, trying to direct everyone towards the exits without starting a stampede. I heard that pop, pop, pop noise again, but louder, closer. Patrick went flying from his bed like he'd been slapped by an invisible hand. More crew fell around me. That's when the panic finally took hold and we ran, me included. A great herd of terrified men and women were trying desperately to get out of that red room. I managed to squeeze through one of the exits just as I felt something whoosh past my ear. There was a numbness, followed by a strange burn. I touched my cheek and felt blood. The lower tip of my earlobe was gone. Someone grabbed my shoulder from the crew quarter side of the door. I turned to see Sawyer reaching for me, a small red blossom visible on his throat. More gunshots rang out, and Sawyer spun, then fell. I ran. I got a good look into the crew quarters before I fled. Several figures dressed in black wetsuits with ballistic masks were fanning out across the room. They would stop now and then to fire a few rounds into crawling bodies on the floor. In the brief glimpse I got of the invaders, I saw high-tech goggles, vests, and assault weapons outfitted with silencers and lasers. The killers didn't look like any pirates I've ever heard of. These men usually had rusty boats and Soviet-era rifles. No, the people attacking us looked fresh out of a military recruitment ad for the Special Forces. The next hour is a blur. It was chaos below decks as I ran through the rig's narrow hallways, dodging metal beams and slumped bodies. The muffled thump of gunfire was never far away. It echoed around me, seeming to come from every blind corner and shadow. The red emergency lights failed half an hour after the slaughter in the crew quarters. I managed to pull a flashlight from one of the emergency cabinets outside of the medical bay, but I was too terrified to use it for more than a few seconds at a time. My worst moment came when I heard gunshots from just around the corner. I ducked into a nearby open door, turning on my flashlight for a split second, just long enough to see that I was in a staff break room. There was a couch in the corner. I ran for it, then wedged myself into the gap between the couch and the wall. I held my breath. It was pitch black in the room. Footsteps began to fall nearby. There were several people very, very close.
I've sworn I saw a flash of light,
A voice muttered. It was a man, American.
Anybody got eyes on a tango?
Another voice replied.
Negative. Room appears clear. All tango's uniform.
I squeezed myself closer into the wall, wishing I could disappear.
I think we're good to go, Oscar Mike,
The first voice said.
but honestly, I can't see shit through these new NODs. I miss the old model. Take it up with command.
An authoritative voice cut in.
Now cut the chatter and Charlie Mike.
I heard footsteps head towards the door, then fade down the hallway. These weren't pirates. These were our own guys wiping us out. It took me another 20 minutes to make my way in the dark towards the communications room. I had to get a message out, a call for help, something. There was no real plan driving me forward, only an impulse. I didn't want to die alone in the dark without anyone back home knowing what happened. When I finally made it to communications, the heavy metal door was locked. I slumped in the doorway, exhausted and out of ideas. Every now and then, I'd hear another gunshot or, worse, a scream. They'd find me soon enough. There was nothing left but waiting. I looked at the locked door. I was so close. Feeling half delusional, I leaned over and knocked against the metal. A moment later, something knocked back. I sat stunned for a breath, then began to tap out a message in Morse code. It's Jim, in danger. Hall clear. Open. Please open. I repeated the message just in case, then I waited. It was the longest minute of my life. Just as I was about to start pounding on the door, I heard the locks click. The door swung open, and strong arms pulled me into the dark room before slamming and sealing us in again.
Who is in here?
I whispered. I heard cursing and then the click of a flashlight. It was Jody.
I thought you were dead.
He whispered back.
Have you tried calling for help?
Jody shook his head.
They're jamming us. Can't seem to get a connection.
We need to try the satellite. Even if we can't get a direct line, maybe we can send the message out there for someone to find. If we do that, Jim, I don't think anyone will hear us in time to send help. I took a deep breath. I know.
I wish we'd never found that damn box,
Jody spat. He shined the light in the corner and revealed that he'd brought the flight recorder with him.
So much for a reward. Why do you still have that?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe if worst came to worst, we could try to use it to negotiate our way out of here. These guys don't seem like the negotiating type, Jody.
Yeah,
he sighed, moving the light away from the box. I'm sorry I called the number. You couldn't have known what would happen. Jody whistled. Whatever is in that box, whatever they've got on that flight recorder, they sure are killing a lot of folks to keep it secret. I thought about the weird symbols, almost like runes, and the way Patrick reacted when he saw the object. What do you think is on that recorder? I asked. Aliens? Jody guessed. Or maybe proof of an ancient civilization? Or maybe just something about illegal government experiments? Or specs for some new superweapon? Who knows? Who cares? They'll kill us no matter what the secret is. We sat in silence together for a few minutes. Something began slamming into the door. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I said, scrambling for the communication controls. Jody was right. We were being jammed. But every now and then, the satellite feed almost gets a connection. They've been working on the door for half an hour. I'm amazed it's held this long. Maybe they're too afraid of the oil to risk explosives, but sooner or later, I know they'll get in. Jody is curled up in the corner, clutching the black box like a teddy bear. I've got this message ready to go. The next time I get even the thinnest sliver of signal, I'm going to fire this off on multiple frequencies in every direction. All I can do is pray that somebody gets this, that someone knows the truth. Goodbye, Mom. If you ever hear about this, please just know I did my best. These guys are professionals. I'm sure it won't hurt. If you grew up during the 90s, It's pretty much guaranteed that you spent a significant time browsing the shelves at Blockbuster. It was the ultimate method of watching movies comfortably at home. All you had to do was just drive over to one of their thousands of locations, pick out a couple of movies and some snacks, and head home with a bag full of VHS tapes for a night of movies. But with the rise of the internet and the dozens of streaming services that arose in the last decade, it's no wonder that Blockbuster inevitably closed their doors, fading into the non-stopping tides of time itself. This often happens when big franchises close down. Blockbuster left behind several buildings, not bothering to properly close them down. Instead, some of the shops were just abandoned, turning them into ideal places for urban explorers like myself. Researching and visiting old abandoned buildings was one of my favorite pastimes as I grew up, and though I wasn't particularly brave, I frequently visited locked-down places, accompanied only by my best friend, Eric. Together, we visited abandoned asylums, hospitals, malls, houses, you name it. And though it had always been exciting and scary, we'd never been in any true danger. That was until last year, when we decided to visit a recently discovered Blockbuster, situated in the middle of nowhere. The peculiar location actually made strategic sense when thinking about business. We lived in a small town where the vast majority of the population traveled to a bigger city, all using the same highway to get to and from work. So on the way home, plenty of people stopped by the Blockbuster to find their entertainment for the evening. Sadly, the place was rendered obsolete, and due to road construction, the place had been pushed back away from civilization. It was perfect. We planned the adventure for a Saturday evening. A lot of these places, though seemingly abandoned, had security guards and cameras, which could leave us with hefty fines if we ignored the keep out signs. But as we arrived just before midnight, we knew for sure that no one had set foot in there in years. There were no fences blocking the building off, no lights, no power lines, no cameras. It was dead, just a building with a half-decaying sign reading, Blockbuster. "Told you it would be awesome," Eric said gleefully as we approached the place. He'd already scouted it out, but he hadn't set foot inside. That was a privilege he had saved for a time we could do it together. He had a knack for finding these places, as if he had some sort of sixth sense allowing him to sniff abandoned buildings out. The door was locked, but being mostly rotten and covered in glass, we could practically crawl through one of the holes to get inside. A rush of adrenaline surged through my body as I took my first step inside. The feeling of visiting a forgotten place so full of history is mesmerizing. That mixed with a feeling of heavy nostalgia for my own childhood made me almost emotional. "Holy shit!" I heard Eric call out as he walked ahead of me. "What is it?" I asked, but as I placed myself beside him, I immediately realized what had excited him so much. There were rows upon rows of shelves, and each and every one of them was stocked to the brink with old VHS tapes. The place hadn't been just abandoned, but everything inside had been left behind as well. In the back there were more shelves filled with snacks that had all expired years ago. And though everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, the items seemed weirdly well preserved. I went from shelf to shelf, studying the movies, but it wasn't until I brushed the dust away before a disappointing realization hit me, that all the covers were blank. Of course, it could have been washed away by time, meaning the original pictures were just faded, but it didn't feel right. I took some of the VHS tapes out from their respective boxes to look for titles. "This is weird," I said out loud. "What is?" Eric asked. I showed him the tape. Instead of a printed title displaying the name of the movie, all it had was a letter and a number, crudely handwritten onto the spine of the tape. D1024, it read. "Should we check it out?" Eric asked. "How?" "There must be an old VHS player laying around here somewhere. I mean, they left everything else behind, right?" he explained. "Well, even if we found one, they cut power ages ago." "Yeah, but we'll take it home with us. It's not like they'll miss it." So we went on a search for a VHS player. Though the Blockbuster had clearly closed down before streaming services took over, most of the shelves were marked with signs reading DVD player, but they were empty. My theory was that they'd taken the DVDs and modern products with them as they closed down, leaving the outdated equipment behind. "Found one!" I heard Eric yell from somewhere behind the counter. He'd found a door leading into one of the offices, which had a table, a television, and a VHS player already connected. The cables were all zip-tied along their paths, making it hard to remove without a knife or scissors. "You didn't bring anything sharp?" I asked. "No, but maybe a lighter would work." "Just be careful not to melt the cable," I said. "Don't worry, I got the..." Before Before Eric could finish that sentence, a loud static buzz filled the room alongside a bright light emerging from the television. We stumbled back in shock, staring at the TV in disbelief. Despite the power being cut off, it had seemingly come to life all on its own. "What did you do?" I asked. "Nothing, it just turned on." "How is that even possible?" As the adrenaline wore off, I tried to more logically assess the situation. I tried the various light switches, in addition to attempting to turn on anything in the vicinity, but apart from the player, nothing would come to life. "It's probably connected to a separate circuit or something. I don't know. I know nothing about these things," Eric said. "It's weird. Kind of creepy. Still, now that we have a functioning player, should we check out some of the tapes?" he asked. A part of me just wanted to turn around and leave the building. My lizard brain was on high alert, but logically, there couldn't be anything dangerous about an old TV. So I ignored my gut instinct and handed Eric one of the tapes. "Here we go," he said, still excited. The static image faded ever so slightly, partially getting replaced by a blurry image. We were expecting some kind of logo, followed by a movie, but instead the silhouette just lingered there in the middle of the screen. We stared at it for a few moments, trying to figure out just what we were looking at. "Is that a man?" I asked. "I think so, but he's just standing there," Eric said. "No, look at his head," I said as I pointed out the mild rocking movement. He seemed to be shaking his head, each movement a tiny snap, too fast and jerky for any real human to reproduce, almost as if each move was breaking his neck. Then a picture appeared on screen. It only stayed there for a split second, immediately reverting back to the staticky man. "Did you see that?" Eric asked. "Yeah, it's a picture of a room, I think. You saw it too?" "Sort of. I mean, I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it somehow felt familiar." Then another picture flashed on my screen. "Isn't that—" I began. "It's my bedroom," Eric said in shock. That time it lingered half a second, giving us a clear view. By the next time the screen flashed, we even noticed Eric himself sitting on the bed, getting ready for our trip. "It was filmed this morning." But the film didn't end there. The image turned back to static, with the barely visible man hidden among the snow. He seemed to be just a bit closer then, still jerking his head in unnatural ways. "Let's just leave," I suggest. "No, I need to see this," Eric said, still in shock. Then another scene appeared on the screen, an empty road we both instantly recognized. It was the old turnoff that led to this place. A car came into view, with Eric driving it. The footage was taken from the street, as if someone had filmed it personally with shaky hands. But the area was rid of any plant life, completely flat. Had a person been standing there, we'd easily have seen them. Then a second of static with the man standing even closer, before the tape showed a view from inside the Blockbuster looking out. We could see Eric park his car and look over the area as he waited for me. "Oh, fuck. He's here," Eric said. We let the tape keep playing as we looked around the room. Once we ensured the building was empty, we retreated to the office and shut the door. The film we were met with froze us both in place. It was the two of us standing in the office, watching the tape real time, and the footage was taken from directly behind us. We spun around in fear, and I let out a relieved sigh when I realized there was nothing there. But as I turned to Eric, I noticed the look of utter horror plastered upon his face. He was staring straight ahead, as if transfixed by something. "What's wrong?" I asked. Don't let him get me," he let out meekly. "Who?" But Eric never got a chance to respond as he suddenly threw his arms up in a defensive pose. Only a split second later, I could see large gashes appear on his forearms before his flesh was torn from bone. He fell to the ground and screamed in agony as more and more of his muscle, fat, and skin got stripped away. I stood frozen by his side, not able to see the invisible attacker. Then I did something I will regret to the day I die. I started to run. I opened the door, giving a final glimpse behind me to see the truth of what was happening. That would be the only time I got a glimpse of the monster, as a picture on the TV screen, a grotesque, massive creature hunched over, slashing at Eric with overly long arms looking more akin to knives than actual limbs. Even had I tried, there was nothing I could do to help him. I ran out from the store, got in my car, and drove away as I called the police. But being distracted by the phone and adrenaline pumping through my veins, I swerved off the road and crashed into a ditch. As the airbag emerged and hit me in the face, the world just turned black around me. It wouldn't be until I heard the sirens. Then I awoke from my slumber. As the paramedics pulled me out of the car, I kept repeating Eric's name, telling them to help him. The police went to check out the location. but all they could find was an old, abandoned Blockbuster with broken shelves, rid of all merchandise. The office was little more than a dust-covered room with a plain table and nothing more. The tapes, the VHS player, it was all gone. Even Eric's body was missing, leaving no trace of his existence behind. I spent some time in a psychiatric institution after that. Eric was listed as missing, and I was put on the list of suspects for a while. But due to the lack of evidence, I was quickly cleared. No one believes what happened that day, but I saw it, and I saw hundreds of other tapes. Eric was just the first of many victims, with the rest just waiting to find their tapes. Maybe mine is hidden somewhere inside as well. I've seen plenty of strange things in the years I've spent as an underwater welder, but this morning was the first time I saw a face in the deep. My partner Roger and I were doing regular maintenance checks at 25 meters. I was using my camera more than my torch, just cataloging any wear and tear on the oil rig's legs. Cold Atlantic currents have teeth and will start to saw away at structural integrity awfully fast. I'm not sure why I turned away from the rig to look down. Maybe there was a sound. Maybe I sensed a presence. There was a white face staring back up at me from the depths. We had decent light from the surface at that level, so I got a good look. The face was unusually flat with small, sharp features. Doll-like, I guess you could say. Uncomfortably human. The water was cloudy that morning, and I couldn't get a clean view of its body. Not a diver was the main thing my brain registered. It was too long, too graceful. I estimated the creature was about 10 meters deeper than I was initially. When it noticed my attention, it flipped and dove faster than any animal I'd ever seen. In the instant before it disappeared, I jammed on the camera shutter and took a picture. For a few moments, I simply floated there in the cold water, staring at where the face used to be, like I was trying to find an echo. I signaled to Roger that we should surface. He signaled back an affirmative, so we started to ascend. If you've never been diving before, 25 meters is near the maximum depth for no decompression limit dives. You can hang out for a good while at 25 to 30-ish meters and still ascend to the surface without stopping to decompress. Although you still don't want to swim up too fast. Any depths greater than 40 meters for more than a few minutes, and you're going to need to stop on the way up to off-gas or risk a vicious case of the bends. Roger had to keep signaling me to slow down as we headed up. I was a little too eager to get out of the water to the point where I was pushing safety limits and our training. Once we got back to the rig, I scrambled out of my gear, casting looks back into the water every few seconds just in case something followed us up. "I saw something down there," I sputtered when Roger approached. I shed my air tank and started hopping on one leg, trying to get my fins off. Roger again motioned for me to calm down. He was a much older and experienced diver. He sported a gray beard, and his eyes were a maze of crow's feet from years of squinting through harsh Atlantic winds. "Take a breath, Tommy," he said. "Easy, easy." I inhaled. There was something watching us underwater. "Like a fish?" "No, not a fish." Here, I took a picture. I pulled out the underwater camera and beckoned Roger closer. The image was the first up in the gallery. Either the creature was moving when the shutter went off, or my hand was shaking because all that was pictured was a pale blur against the dark water. "I think you should get some rest," Roger suggested, patting my shoulder. I didn't disagree. I woke up to the sound of somebody choking near me. It was pitch black inside crew quarters, and I got tangled in my blankets as I rolled out of my bunk. "What's going on?" I heard someone call out. "Keep it down. I'm trying to sleep, damn it," another voice replied. The choking was coming from a bed one row down from mine. Before I could ask if the occupant needed help, I heard more gurgling sounds from the corner. "Hey, what the hell?" somebody shouted. A light was flicked on. The choking stopped all at once. People sat up in their bunks, rubbing their eyes and throwing out curses. Is anyone hurt?" I yelled. There was lots of grumbling, but everyone seemed fine. There was no indication of what caused the strange noises. I glanced over at the first bed that I thought was the source of the gurgle. A man named Murphy, one of the drillers, was sitting up straight, eyes fixed straight ahead. "You okay?" I asked. He turned towards me. I wasn't too familiar with the guy, but I could tell he looked sick. Murphy was pale, his skin waxy and eyes bloodshot. But he nodded when I repeated my question. Then he curled up in bed and went back to sleep. Others were doing the same. There didn't seem to be any immediate danger, so I also put my head back down. The last thing I saw before somebody killed the light was a shallow puddle under Murphy's bunk. I spared a second to wonder if one of the rig's windows were leaking before I fell back asleep. There's something wrong with the crew. I've noticed it over the past few days. It's like an illness sweeping through us, but that's not quite right. Those infected have a washed-out look, graying skin, and cloudy eyes. Their faces become bloated as they move, I guess. Unevenly would be the way to put it. Like they're not used to walking. It's the weirdest damn thing, but even stranger is that none of them will acknowledge it. Roger was the latest victim of whatever was hitting the rig. I found him at the edge of the deck, looking out over the ocean. The weather was turning November nasty, clouds crashing on the horizon just like the waves chopping at the rig. "Doesn't seem like a good morning for a dive, eh?" I asked, carefully approaching my friend. Roger turned, and I had to resist a sudden urge to push him off the deck. The man's wrinkled skin was practically melting. His blue eyes were bloodshot, and there was a twitch in his cheek like he was trying to smile or show his teeth but couldn't quite figure it out. The only reply I got from him was a partial nod. Then he went back to watching the water. I decided to take the day off and went to check out the medical ward. The doctor was nowhere on site when I arrived at the sick bay. In fact, the room was deserted. Whatever illness seemed to be spreading among the crew wasn't making them bedridden yet. I plopped down on the nearest bunk and tried to come up with a plan. By my estimation, nearly a third of the crew was affected by the strange sickness in the last 3 days. Oddly enough, the illness seemed most prevalent among supervisors and senior crew compared to the rest of us working schmucks. Could a virus be elitist? Why wasn't anyone sick acknowledging that something was wrong? I saw nervous looks among other members of the crew, but nobody wanted to be first to make a ruckus. I decided to take a sleeping pill so I could relax. The mystery plague could wait. Maybe someone else, someone with authority, would get their shit together and deal with it so I didn't have to. Sleep came quickly. The darkness was comfortable and silent. A shriek tore me back into the waking world. It was black outside of the infirmary's window. I could tell there was a storm. Rain fell against the glass. The scream came again from somewhere on deck. I raced up the stairs and opened the door. I was greeted by a nightmare. People were snarling and fighting and begging and struggling all around me. I watched one of our cooks wrestling with a monster. The creature was bone white, roughly the size of a child, and its body reminded me of a human mixed with an eel. Its face was flat, with pitted eyes and a slit nose. It was also familiar. I'd taken a picture of an abomination just like that only a few days ago. Before I could help the chef, the creature succeeded in prying the man's jaw open. I heard the snap of tendons breaking as his mouth was forced wider than it was ever meant to go. The cook tried to scream, but it only came out as a choking noise. Then, faster than my eye could follow, the creature somehow compressed itself until it could slither inside the man. More choking ensued as the chef fell to the deck. He lay still for a moment in the rain, then stood up with a glazed look in his eyes. Similar scenes played out across the storm-lashed rig. I saw dozens of the albino creatures crawling up the side of the structure, using their small arms and tails to come out of the ocean. Men fought back, but again and again, the monsters ripped jaws open and pushed themselves into the crew. Those who were infected turned against their friends and helped the abominations. One of the creatures was squirming on deck near the drill site. It locked eyes with me and began to crawl over with inhuman speed. I took a step back, almost falling, then slammed and locked the door between the deck and the infirmary. A moment later, something slammed into the metal. Several creatures were trying to get in. I hope you won't judge me for what I did next. If I was a braver man, maybe I could have fought my way to the communications room, barricaded the door, and called for help. But the thought of facing any of those monsters, or worse, my former coworkers, was too much for me. So I made my way back below deck towards one of the diving rooms. I tensed up at every intersection I crossed, every open door I passed, waiting to feel small arms wrapping around my neck or forcing my jaw wider and wider into... Stop thinking, I told myself. Just act. I had the edges of a plan in mind. If I couldn't save my friends, if the rig was lost, then the best thing I could do for them was to wipe it from the ocean. I made it to the diving room and sealed the door. We had small charges on board for emergencies and off-site excavation. They were weak, but any kind of explosive on an oil rig is dangerous. Alone, they might not be enough to cause catastrophe, but combined with a few tanks of oxygen placed directly against the pipeline, I could create a hell of a boom. I was going to turn that oil rig into a fucking Roman candle. It only took me a few minutes to assemble my impromptu bomb and gear up in my diving suit. I opened the bay door and began to climb down the ladder towards the surface, carrying the explosives and 2 oxygen tanks while rain and wind slammed into me was brutal, but somehow I made it down to the surface. Waves reached up towards me as I tossed the bundle into the water, then jumped in. There's something serene about diving during a storm. Once you're deep enough below the surface, the water is calmer, the world suspended. The main issue with bad weather is a lack of illumination. I turned on my light and began to maneuver myself and my bomb towards the center of the oil rig and its vulnerable pipeline. I was passing by one of the platform's immense metal legs when I felt something grab my own ankle. I kicked back and connected. The force around my ankle released, and I surged forward. But then another hand wrapped around my leg. Then a weight was on my back, then another. I broke the first rule of diving. I panicked. If air came loose or was blocked, I was a dead man. A face swam out of the darkness and pressed itself against my mask. Pale, black-eyed, and so close to human that it made my stomach drop. I managed to push it away, but the action caused me to drop my flashlight. As the beam fell through the darkness, it spun, and I saw them. Thousands of flat, hungry faces looked up at me from below. The creatures squirmed together in a horrible, white mass like maggots in a raw wound. A wave of the monsters surged towards me, and I felt my body drag down into the dark. That was when I knew I would die. Even if I broke free, I was too deep to make it to the surface before they caught me again. Decompression would rip me apart, bubbles bursting inside of my veins while the nitrogen flooded my body. My final thought as the blackness closed in was that there were worse ways to die, and at least I would go out as myself. I woke up on the shore naked and exhausted. It wasn't a familiar coastline. There were cliffs and rocks and water. A small lighthouse poked up from the skyline like a lonely tooth. That's where I headed, one leg dragging in the sand. I didn't seem to have full control of my limbs, but I'm in much better shape than I should be. No sign of the bends. My mind is a little fuzzy, my jaw aches, and my stomach is bloated, I guess, is one way to describe it. Bloated worse than I've ever felt. But they're taking good care of me at the lighthouse. They've even called for a doctor. I don't know why they all look so worried. I keep telling them I don't have the bends. The plane was packed, not an empty seat anywhere. It was a red-eye flight from Los Angeles to New York. I'd just spent the week working on a story about a little town in Southern California whose water had suddenly become undrinkable. It was an ongoing story, but there was a supposed investigation going on, and I'd interviewed all the people I could. My editor wanted me back on the East Coast for another investigative story about a corrupt small-town sheriff in upstate New York. I'm only sharing this because it's important to understand that I'm a trained journalist. I've been doing this for years, and I've developed an excellent memory for names, faces, and conversations. Sure, I use a recorder sometimes to make sure I don't mess anything up, but it's really just for backup. Most of the time, I get everything right without listening to the recordings I've made until I'm done, using them to fact-check my stories. So I found myself on a packed plane in an aisle seat as we pulled away from the gate at LAX. I could see one of the flight attendants toward the front of the economy section, talking animatedly to one of the passengers. She was flustered, to say the least. Although I couldn't hear the words she was saying over the constant hum of the airplane's running systems, I could tell from her body language that she was getting angry. I didn't know whether she was talking to a woman or a man because I couldn't see them. Passengers in the area were whispering to each other and looking around the plane with exasperated looks on their faces. A male flight attendant came back from the business class section, joining his coworker. He seemed able to calm the passenger down, and the two of them took up positions to explain how the seatbelts worked and what to do in the event of cabin pressure loss. I shrugged it off, feeling for the poor flight attendants and what they had to put up with during their work. I put my neck pillow in place and got comfortable, closing my eyes as we taxied for takeoff. I felt the plane take off, that familiar feeling of being pressed back into the seat and the stomach-dropping sensation as the plane left the tarmac. I didn't doze for long before the shouting started. I opened my eyes and looked at the three flight attendants standing in the aisle, facing the troublemaker's seat. The two original attendants were there, along with a third one, a man. "You need to stay in your seat, Mr. Carnell," the female attendant said loudly, clearly losing her cool. As I watched, I glimpsed at the unruly passenger, Mr. Carnell, as he tried to stand up from his aisle seat, shouting something about being screwed over by the airline. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, with messy brown hair and a few days' worth of untrimmed beard growth. He wore a tight black t-shirt and had a silver chain around his neck. He looked like a fit man, although not particularly tall, as far as I could tell. "Just sit down and shut up," one passenger yelled at the guy. "F*** you," Mr. Carnell shouted. "We've all got places to be, sir," a woman called out from the row ahead of me. "Please, just drop it. We're already in the air." A chorus of agreement went up from many of the passengers, but Mr. Carnell wasn't having it. As he tried to stand up from his seat, one of the male flight attendants put his hands out and gave the man a gentle shove, if such a thing as a gentle shove is possible, saying that he needed to stay in his seat. This was a mistake. I could tell right away because the man went quiet, and all three of the flight attendants leaned back as if from a dangerous animal. After the pregnant pause, Carnell's hand struck out, hitting the male flight attendant in the stomach. The man doubled over, gripping his stomach. The hand shot out again, hitting him in the face, knocking him back into the row of seats across the aisle. Frightened sounds erupted from nearly the whole plane as the other male flight attendant moved in to try to subdue the man. Carnell's foot kicked out, hitting the attendant in the crotch and knocking him up the aisle. I unbuckled my seat and stepped into the aisle. A few other men and a couple of women were doing the same. We bottlenecked in the aisle behind the female flight attendant who, I realized as we got closer, was being choked by Carnell. A guy coming the other way down the aisle from business class leaned in and punched Carnell in the face. Carnell let the female flight attendant go, and the rest of us moved in while the flight attendant ran up to the front of the plane, no doubt to tell the pilot. Carnell managed to get up from his seat, attacking the man who'd punched him. I was crowding in with other people in the aisle, and Carnell's movements struck me as those of an animal. He was fast, savage, and seemed full of endless energy. I moved in to try to get him in a headlock, but somehow he sensed me coming and threw an elbow into my head. I stumbled back, momentarily dazed. The other proactive passengers in the aisle moved in all at once, each grabbing a limb and wrestling the man down to the floor. We felt the plane turn just as the pilot's voice came over the plane's PA. "I apologize, everyone," the pilot said. "But, as you're no doubt aware, We have an unruly passenger on board that we need to deal with. We've been given priority to land back at LAX. We'll get you back underway as soon as humanly possible." I had moved in and was leaning down on one of Carnell's legs to keep the impossibly strong man from kicking out when the announcement finished. Angry shouts and grumbles erupted throughout the whole plane. I was angry too. I looked down at Carnell's red-tinged face, at the look of savage fury there, and felt a loathing like nothing I'd ever experienced before, and one I hope to never experience again. As I stared at this man, a hand slipped down over his mouth. I followed the arm up, looking into the eyes of the man it belonged to, the one that had come from business class to help. The guy looked at me, and then looked around at the other people surrounding Carnell. I could be imagining this, but I felt there was some kind of understanding that passed between several members of our little group of good citizens who'd got up to help subdue this crazed man. Another hand, this one belonging to a woman that came to help, reached out and covered Carnell's nose. A third hand came down and covered the other two on the man's face. Carnell's eyes went wide as he tried to suck in breath, finding little to be had. I made a little sound in my throat. It was the beginnings of an ejection, but my fellow subduers all looked up at me, their eyes hard. This may be me justifying what happened, but in that moment, I felt that they would have turned their wrath on me had I done anything to stop what they were doing. Suddenly, I felt sick. Carnell's eyes were bulging now, and he was trying to whip his head around to get it clear of the hands pressing down on him. A man next to me leaned forward and placed his knee on Carnell's chest, then used his hands to help hold the suffocating man's head steady. I tried to back away slowly, but I felt a hand grip the back of my neck. I turned my head to see one of the flight attendants behind me, the one that Carnell had hit in the stomach, and then the face. He shook his head, just barely, keeping his hand on my neck to prevent me from moving away. His dangerous look of determination made me realize we were all in this together. I was part of this, even if I didn't want to be. I turned my head back, watching as Carnell's face went from red to blue to purple. I felt the life leave him. The leg I was holding onto went limp, along with the rest of his body. But his eyes stayed open, staring up at his killers. The hands came away from his face and were wiped on shirts and pants. Carnell's sneer stayed frozen on his face as we all moved back to our seats. As I looked around the plane, I knew that all the passengers were aware of what had just happened. Every pair of eyes I saw turned away from me, and a pervading sense of shame seemed pungent in the recycled air. We left Carnell lying in the aisle while the plane landed. No one said a word the whole time. No one said a word to the police either, as far as I knew. We were all delayed and questioned, our information taken by the police. But none seemed willing to tell the truth. I didn't get home until late the next day, at which point I read about the incident online. The story said that authorities believed the man died of a heart attack, but that an investigation was underway. As far as I know, no one was ever arrested for it. I was never questioned again. But I still see Carnell's face sometimes, late at night. I still feel his leg go limp under my hands. And I still remember that sick elation I felt when I realized what was happening. My father was a deeply religious man. He used to believe that whenever good folks end up neck-deep in trouble, God finds a way to send help to them. And it's never anything flashy either. No bright beams of light falling from the night sky. No winged angels descending from the heavens to lend a helping hand. No, it's just ordinary people living ordinary lives who go above and beyond what's expected of them to pull the desperate out of whatever hole they've ended up in. These people, he said, were the real angels. Although temporarily, they get to carry out God's will. Now, I wasn't nearly as religious as my father. In fact, he would be quite surprised and disappointed if he knew just how little I had actually kept to faith. But there have been times in my life where I've had to question my skepticism regarding religion and God. Most frighteningly, on that rainy September night 4 years ago. It was the weekend. My buddy Aaron had come down to visit me in my little backwoods town, and the two of us had gotten smashed and made the terrible decision to go driving in the hills far to the south. Thought it would be fun to race through those winding roads while drunk off our asses. We were trying to get a taste of our spent youth by indulging in supremely reckless behavior. Luckily for us, we didn't end up hurling the car off a cliff. Not so luckily, Aaron ended up doing that to himself. We had stopped on the side of the road because he wanted to piss off the side of a mountain, which he did, of course, but he slipped and ended up falling after his own urine. I remember how the sight of him disappearing into the darkness after crunching and slipping on a twig made my heart almost jump out of my throat. I think I must have lost about half of my buzz with just that. The rest was gone when I spotted his battered and bloodied body on the ground below. Aaron was fortunate that he only fell and smashed his head open on the lower half of a switchback. If the angle had been off by even a little, he would have been too far gone to be saved. But he wasn't. He still had a chance to live. The second I spotted dark blood pooling near his head, I started running back down the road before remembering I had a car with me. I staggered back to it as quickly as I could, plopped myself into the driver's seat, and drove all the way back down to where his body had been. He wasn't moving when I got to him. For a second, I was afraid I was too late. I checked his pulse, still alive. I yanked open the door to the back seat, then pulled his limp and heavy body in. After ensuring that he was in no danger of rolling onto the floor, I jumped back into the driver's seat, turned the ignition key, and started driving back up the hill. I couldn't go back to my town. There were no medical facilities there. The nearest hospital was about an hour away in a slightly larger town further south. I bit my lip and wondered if Aaron would even survive the journey. Sweat exploded out of the pores in my forehead. The possibility of my friend dying in my car was horrifying. A couple of minutes in, the second stroke of bad luck hit us. The car's headlights died. I don't know if it was faulty wiring or whatever, but I was suddenly plunged into total darkness. It was a cloudy new moon night, and I couldn't see more than a foot or so beyond the hood of the car. Attempting to navigate those hills in such a situation was nothing short of suicidal. Yet I had to try. What other option did I have? Calling the emergency services would have taken too long. I might as well have just sat still and watched him die. That's when the third stroke of bad luck hit us like a bat to the back of the head. The skies started weeping. It didn't take more than a minute for the rain to intensify into what seemed to be a raging storm. I sat and fidgeted in my seat as the rain rode gusts of wind and started lashing the windshield, while Aaron continued to bleed out in the back seat. I had no idea what I was supposed to do next. I was about to call 911, knowing how pointless it would be when salvation came in the form of a single headlight shimmering behind the walls of water crashing down on the road. Could it be one of my dad's guardian angels? Feeling my heartbeat quicken, I began pressing down on the horn. The motorbike slowed down as it approached my car, came to a halt right next to my window. A middle-aged male voice issued from beneath the helmet.
Why have you switched your headlights off? Almost didn't see you.
There's something wrong with them, I answered quickly. Listen, man, I need your help. My friend is hurt, and I need to get him to the hospital. The problem is I can't fucking see anything. Could you please help me out? The helmet bobbed readily.
Sure thing. Stick to my ass. I'll be your flashlight. I'll lead you past these hills, onto the highway and to the town down south. Think you can do that?
I nodded before he had even finished speaking, silently thanking God for sending him to me in my hour of need. And that's what the rest of that night's journey was like. The man slowly and cautiously led us out of the corkscrew-like roads that webbed those hills. For almost an hour and a half, I stuck to that bike, paying no attention to anything other than its taillight. Finally, the stormy journey was brought to an end as the man brought us close to the twinkling lights of a town, bade a grinning goodbye, and drove off. I thanked him profusely before I resumed the last stretch of the journey under the glare of wet streetlights. My heart sank as I recognized the streets I was driving through. My father's words came rushing back to me. Guardian angels. I thought that if he was right, and if that God was real, then it meant that so was the devil. The man on the bike had taken advantage of my lack of sight to bring us to another town half an hour away from the one with the hospital. The bright Mexico sun beams down on my shoulders, warming me and melting my memories of the frigid northeastern landscape I've left behind. It's winter, but it feels like summer here in Cancun. The aquamarine pool water sparkles as Kimberly slips in. There are a few people around the pool, but it's nowhere near crowded. Not on this Monday afternoon. Kim looks up at me from the water, smiling and squinting behind her glasses.
You coming in, silly?
She asks.
The water's perfect.
Yes, I say, smiling down at her. I turn to see that she's put her stuff on one of the lounge chairs behind me. I dump my bag, towel, and book down on the chair next to hers. I don't have my phone. It's back up in the room, which feels both weird and awesome at the same time. I slip into the water and release a sigh as it cradles me. The near weightlessness putting ever more mental distance between me and the troubles I've left behind to come on this vacation. I've got water, sun, a good book, and no work for the next week. Not to mention Kim, looking amazing in her pink bikini. What could be better? Nothing, that's what. Yeah, it's gonna be a great vacation. There's a swim-up bar on the other side of the pool, and I'm tempted to head over there now. But it's a little early for me to start drinking, even if I am on vacation. Soon enough, though, the choice is taken out of my hands. A couple who had been lounging on the other side of the pool walk up, smiling and carrying 4 drinks.
Hey,
The guy says.
you're Americans, right?
I can tell by his accent that he's American, or maybe Canadian.
Yeah,
I say.
we're from Buffalo. You? Cincinnati.
The guy says, kneeling.
Here, have a drink with us.
He extends one hand to me with a blue tropical drink in it, and the woman does the same to Kim. Kim and I look at each other. She shrugs.
Let the vacation begin.
She says, taking the drink. I take one from the man and raise it in salute.
Salud.
The man says. He takes a drink and then sits down, dipping his legs into the pool.
Thanks.
I say.
I'm Andre, and this is Kim. I'm Devin, and this is Claire.
The guy says.
Hi.
Claire says with a smile and a wave. She slips into the pool and starts chatting away with Kim like they're old friends. I'll never understand how women do that. Devin and I talk, mostly about what to do in Cancun. He and Claire come down every year, he tells me. I tell him it's our first time, and he gives me the lowdown on all the best spots. By the time I finish that first drink, my head is swimming. I suddenly realize that I've lost track of Kim. I look around, scanning the pool for her.
What's wrong, bud?
Devin asks.
Kim?
I say.
Where'd she go?
Devin chuckles.
You're not much of a drinker, are you?
He says.
She and Claire went inside to order some food from the restaurant. They came by and said so about 10 minutes ago. You really don't remember? Oh, yeah,
I say. But the truth is, I don't remember. I'm just trying to hide the embarrassing fact that I can't handle my alcohol.
Those drinks were doubles,
Devin says. The world is fuzzy, and every time I move my head, my vision has to work to catch up.
What was in those drinks?
I ask, struggling to pull myself out of the pool. The sun is setting, but that can't be right. Kim and I came out here just after 2,
I don't know, man.
Devin says.
It's a blue Hawaiian or something like that. Not sure what's in them. Are you okay? No,
I say, finally getting out of the pool. I try to stand up, but the world tilts, and my legs don't seem to work. I crawl over to my lounge chair and lie down.
Water,
I say.
please. Yeah,
Devin says.
I got it.
While Devin's gone getting me water, Kimberly comes back out to the pool with Claire. As soon as she sees me, she knows something is wrong.
Are you okay, babe?
She says. I try to focus my eyes on Claire behind her to see how far away she is.
I think he drugged me.
I whisper to Kim.
What? Who, Devin? What did he say?
Claire says, just a hint of indignation in her voice. I guess I wasn't quiet enough.
He doesn't drink much.
Kim says, apologetically.
What happened, Devin?
Claire says, looking up at Devin, who approaches with a glass of water in his hand.
I don't know. I think that drink was too much for him.
He says,
Here you go, buddy.
he hands me the glass of water and I take a sip, then immediately spit it out.
What the hell is this?
I ask, slurring my words.
That's not water. What? I asked the bartender to give me filtered water.
Devin takes a sip and spits it out,
You're right.
he says, then dumps it out on the ground.
That must be tap water. I want to go back to the room.
I say to Kim.
Let's go back to the room. Okay.
Kim says.
Can you walk?
I sit up and pause, waiting for my vision to catch up with the movement. I stand up and then immediately sit back down hard on the chair.
I'll help you.
Devin says.
No,
I say.
not you. Andre,
Kim says to me.
I'm so sorry.
She continues, talking to Devin and Claire.
This is so embarrassing. We would greatly appreciate your help. You've been nothing but good to us.
I can barely keep my eyes open now, so I let Devin help me up to our suite. Kim unlocks the door, and Devin guides me over to the couch, setting me down. He grabs a bottle of water from our mini fridge and sets it next to me.
Sorry about this, bud.
He says.
I wish I could do something for you. I'll be sure to talk to the front desk about this. Oh, don't worry about that,
Kim says.
We'll take care of it when he's feeling better. I hope he feels better soon,
Claire says as she and Devin leave. I'm able to keep my eyes open long enough to watch Kim shut the door. I want to tell her to swing out the little metal plate that will stop anyone from opening the door more than 2 inches. But consciousness falls away from me as soon as I see we're both safely in the room. Whimpering sounds scratch at my unconscious mind, pulling me from sleep little by little. I open my eyes, and all they want is to close again. I force them open and pick up my head, seeing that I'm still on the couch. That whimpering noise sounds every few seconds. And do I hear someone whispering? I sit up, rubbing my eyes, trying to dislodge the terrible headache from behind them. I notice that it's still night out because the shades for the sliding glass door to our 3rd floor balcony are open. Whimpering and more whispering reach my ears. What the hell is that? I stand up, happy to find that my legs are working much better than they were whenever we left the pool. The noises are coming from the bedroom. There are double doors there, and one of them is open about halfway. I stumble up to the open door and look inside to see Devin kneeling on the floor, leaning over a bloody and beaten Kimberly. It looks like someone has taken a baseball bat to her. She's still wearing her bikini, and I can see bloody cuts all over her body. Both her eyes are swollen shut, and her lip is split. The scene seems so unbelievable that, for a moment, I think I'm dreaming. Kim whimpers, and Devin whispers something in her ear. My suspicions rush back at me, the memories of my near blackout at the pool clicking into place, and along with those memories comes a wave of anger that seems to swell me to twice my size. I don't say anything, I don't ask questions, I just rush into the room and grab Devin by the neck, pulling him up with a strength I never knew I possessed. He fights back, and we stumble through the door into the living room of the suite, bumping into the coffee table in front of the couch. I redouble my efforts, choking and shoving him at the same time. His eyes are wide with disbelief and terror. He probably thought the drugs he slipped me should have kept me out for longer. He swings his right fist up, hitting a glancing blow off my left temple, which only serves to make me angrier. I dig my heels into the ground, straighten my arms, and push with all I have. Devin backpedals, losing his footing, which simply makes us go faster. We're practically running when his back smashes through the sliding glass door leading to the balcony. Glass rains down on my shoulders, but I pay it no mind. I keep pushing until Devin's back hits the balcony railing. And I keep pushing, only letting go with my left arm to hook it under his legs, flipping him up over the railing and watching him fall to the concrete walkway 3 stories below. The wet crunch his body makes on impact is immensely satisfying. So is how he comes to rest, folded in ways the human body isn't supposed to go. I rush back into the room, noticing for the first time that the door to our suite is open. I hear running from the hall, then the door is shoved open, and a couple of paramedics run in.
¿Dónde está ella? Where is she?
One of them says, translating his own words for my sake. I bring them into the bedroom, and they immediately begin working on Kim, who is, thankfully, still alive.
I'm here, baby.
I say to Kim.
I love you. Please, step back, sir.
The same paramedic says.
We'll handle this. Is she going to be okay?
I ask.
Is she? Most of the wounds look superficial, so I think so. We'll know more in a few minutes. Please, step back.
My room phone starts ringing, and I walk over to pick it up, thankful for something to do.
Hello, sir. This is the front desk.
The man on the line says.
Yes?
I say.
What is it?
Is this Andre Burton?
Yes, what is it? There's been an assault here.
Yes, I know, sir. That's why I'm calling. The man. We have him. He's in police custody. I just wanted to let you know. Your property will be returned to you as soon as possible.
What? What man? What are you talking about?
I ask, growing nauseous.
I'm sorry to say that it was one of our employees, sir. A bartender. But we've caught him. Your friend, Devin? He caught him coming out of your room. I thought you knew this. The two men fought, but the bartender got away. Devin, he called us from your room. Told me to get an ambulance. They should be up there now. Are they?
The phone slips out of my hands as I recall the look on Devin's face as we struggled. The surprise there. The terror. I sit down on the bed. My hands grab fistfuls of my hair, seemingly of their own accord. He was trying to help her, to keep her company until the paramedics arrive. That's all. And I killed him for it. Dear God, I killed him. I'm not trying to brag. Really, I'm not. I'm just saying that I don't generally have to do a lot of work when it comes to dating and, let's be honest here, sex. Maybe it's genetics. Maybe it's the I don't give a confidence that I have. Whatever the reason, I wasn't surprised when the girl suggested we continue the date at her place after dinner. But now, as we drive into some backwoods area I've never even heard of on the outskirts of town, I'm starting to get a bit of a creepy feeling. I met her on one of those dating apps about a week ago. Her picture caught my attention, and the other pictures she had on there kept it. She's exactly my type. Blonde, but not fake blonde. Tanned, but not fake tanned. She's got big green eyes and a body that clearly sees the inside of a gym several times a week. I glanced at her little bio on the app, seeing that she'd listed traveling, music, movies, and dogs as likes on her profile. Okay, no points for originality, but I still wasn't about to swipe left just because of a lackluster bio. If I'm honest, I don't even look at the bio half the time. The first date is for getting to know each other, after all. After some chatting on the app, I decided to ask her out. She agreed. I was actually a little nervous because, according to her pictures, she was maybe, perhaps, possibly a little out of my league. Just a little. Listen, I may be good looking, but supermodels don't fall at my feet, okay? Anyway, she looks just as good in person, even sitting as she is now in the front passenger seat of my Escalade. We seemed to have some chemistry, and the conversation had been flowing freely at the fancy restaurant. But now, she seems a little preoccupied, and I'm starting to get the creeps. We pass by an old, rundown trailer home, its yard crowded with old, rusty lawnmowers, hand tools, and paint cans. It's the last structure I can see, and we pass into the darkness of the woods, the leaves and branches blocking any moonlight. My Escalade's headlights search out the gentle curves in the road as we drive. So, Melissa, I say, you live out here? Yes, she says, taking a moment to look up from her phone. And you took an Uber all the way to the restaurant tonight? Mm-hmm, she says. You can never be too careful. If I had known you were such a nice guy, I would have had you come pick me up in your nice car. That's another thing, I think. That little comment marks the third time she's mentioned my car. So, how much further? I ask. Not far, she says, smiling and reaching over to lay her hand on my arm. The gesture is one I would have found promising 15 miles ago, but now it seems like too much. It seems phony. She removes her hand and goes back to tapping away on her phone. I keep driving. There's a gap in the woods on the right side of the road where a gravel driveway cuts through them. Just as we're passing it, Melissa looks up. "Oh," she says, "that's it. You missed it. I'm sorry. I'm really addicted to my phone. I'm working on it." I muster a chuckle as I slow the car and then put it in reverse. "Wow, fancy camera," she says, pointing at the display on my dash that relays the back camera feed, which automatically comes on when I reverse. That's 4 comments. I turn into the dark driveway, the wheels crunching loudly on the gravel. At least it seems loud to me. The driveway seems long, probably a good quarter mile. A small house, a cabin, really, comes into view where the driveway terminates. It's dark, not a light to be seen through any of the windows. There's no garage, and I see no car parked anywhere. On the left side of the driveway near the cabin is a stack of chopped wood next to a large stump with an axe stuck in it. There's also a mound of dirt nearby and a wheelbarrow next to it. A shovel leans against the wheelbarrow. The woods surrounding the house are dark, and we're far enough away from the road that I wouldn't be able to see if a car went by. "You can just park right here," she says as I pull up in front of the house. "You live here alone?" I ask her. Her appearance doesn't match the house. She doesn't seem like the type to live off in the woods. "Yeah," she answers. "Do you like it? Wait until you see the inside." I put the Escalade in park, but I don't turn off the ignition. "You know what? I think I'll just head home. I've got an early day tomorrow." She pouts dramatically, giving me puppy dog eyes. "Are you sure? I was looking forward to having some fun with you." She reaches over and puts a hand on my upper thigh as she speaks. "Believe me, I would love to," I say, being honest, "but I really have to get some sleep. Let's do this again?" Melissa's expression changes, her eyes going dull, the seductive look vanishing. She reaches over, grabs the keys, then turns them and yanks them out of the ignition, all in one quick move, like she's done it before. "Hey," I say, reaching to grab the keys back. She spits right in my eyes. I'm so surprised that I barely notice as she opens her door and gets out of the Escalade. "He's not coming in, guys," she calls out into the night. My stomach clenches as I hear this, wiping the spit off my face. I open my door and step out of the car, determined to get my keys back before these guys, whoever they are, show up. But as I round the back of the SUV, I can already hear them coming. One steps out of the darkness of the woods on the other side of the driveway. It's dark, but I can see well enough as he walks up to Melissa and takes the keys from her, giving her a kiss that's disgustingly heavy on the tongue. I stop near the SUV, thinking about my options. Footsteps behind me cause me to turn around, and I see another man coming out of the woods. A porch light comes on at the cabin, and a third man comes out of the structure. In the porch light's illumination, I can see that they're all pretty big, looking like corn-fed country boys with big bones and small brains. And they all look similar, as though they're related. Brothers, I'm guessing. I'm so If movies are to be believed, the fact that these guys don't have masks on is a really bad sign. I can see their close-cut haircuts, their pronounced brows, and their shifty smiles just fine. But I don't see a gun in any hand, so that's good. They're closing in on me, and I make a quick decision to buy myself some time. I clamber up onto the roof of my Escalade. denting it inward as I stand up. The four of them look up at me in the pale light from the house, like I'm some kind of monkey in a cage. "What do you want?" I ask.
What do you think?
The one currently grabbing Melissa's ass says.
We'll take your car and your money.
"Then what?" I ask.
Then what?
The guy says.
Then you'll never see us again.
"But I know where you live," I say, pointing at the cabin.
We don't live here, dumbass,
the apparent ringleader says.
This is a vacation cabin or some shit. You don't know anything about us. Her name's not even Melissa.
I'm starting to feel better about my prospects. If all they want is money, I can give that to them. It'll hurt my pride, but at least I'll be alive. I can always make more money. Besides, I have full insurance coverage on the Escalade. This doesn't stop my heart from trying to hammer its way out of my chest, though. "Fine," I say. "Take the car and go."
It's not that simple,
the guy says. The other two guys are now on either side of the car, looking up at me. I move my head back and forth, trying to look at both of them at once. They're big enough that they can jump up and grab hold of my legs if I'm not careful. "I won't put up a fight. Just take the car," I say.
No, you're coming with us to an ATM. You're going to withdraw the max amount. Then we'll take the car and leave you.
One of the guys jumps up and tries to grab me, but I shift, getting out of the way. The other one manages to get a hand on one leg from the other side, and I kick out at him, hitting him in the face. This knocks me off balance, and as the guy jerks back from the foot to the face, he trips me. I fall backward, my butt smashing into the windshield, my momentum rolling me back onto the hood and then down onto the gravel driveway. The pain from hitting the windshield is the least of my worries. All three guys are now coming at me. Melissa, or whatever her name is, shouts at them from a safe distance.
Get him, Jake!
She shouts, apparently talking to her boyfriend. I scramble up and head for the nearest weapon, the shovel leaning against the wheelbarrow. I grab it up, noticing the axe not 10 yards away from me. Too late. The guy I hit in the face runs over and pulls the axe out of the stump. His eyes are watering, but he's not bleeding or anything. It was a pretty poor shot on my part. Still, that doesn't keep him from wanting to do me some serious damage. I can tell just by looking at him. The guys close in, but I use the shovel's length to my advantage, swinging it in a wide arc to keep them away. I back up near the house so my rear is covered, but I make sure I don't get too close to the structure. I need to be able to maneuver. "Just take the Escalade, guys," I say.
That,
the guy I hit says. His tone leaves no room for argument. The three men are in a shallow arc in front of me, each about an arm's length from the next. Axeman is on my right, Jake in the middle, and the third brother on my left. Axeman swings the tool at me, but I'm ready for it. I move the shovel through the air. The metal-on-metal clank of a spade hitting an axe head is loud. I hit the axe hard enough to deflect it. The momentum takes it around, sending it slamming into Jake's chest where he stands. The blade embeds itself like Jake is a piece of soft wood. Axeman, who's still holding the handle, looks up into his brother's face. "Oh, he says, and pulls the blade out in a brilliant showing of his mental capacity. Jake cries out as blood pours out of the gaping wound. I take a brief moment to be shocked about what has just happened. It's definitely not what I meant to do, but some part of my lizard brain snaps me out of it, screaming about the odds still stacked against me. Assessing the Axeman as the more immediate threat, I bring the shovel up over my head and slice it down at him, the edge of the blade hitting him in the head just as he turns away from his brother to face me again. The spade bounces off his skull, but not before doing some serious damage. He wobbles, blood pouring from the gash in his head down into his eyes. The axe handle slides out of his hand, the tool dropping harmlessly to the ground. Melissa is now screaming. The third brother turns to run, but I can't let him go. I can't let any of them go. Not now. I bring the spade down flat on the back of the third brother's head, knocking him unconscious. Then I drop the shovel to the ground and scramble over to grab the axe. Melissa is now running down the driveway, and I run after her, axe in hand. I quickly realize she's got too much of a lead, so I slow down a bit, raising the axe over my head in both hands. I slow even more, taking aim. Then using my forward momentum and all my upper body strength, I throw the axe end over end, just hoping to knock her down. The worst first date ever gets just a little less so as the blade lands in her back. She falls forward, sliding on her face in the gravel with the axe sticking out of her. I run over and grab hold of her feet and start dragging her back toward the house when I see the third brother, the one I only knocked out, getting to his feet. I yank the axe out of Melissa's back and run toward him. He sees me coming and tries to run the opposite direction, but the shovel to the head was pretty hard, and his legs don't seem to be working well. He trips and falls down 5 yards into the woods. I slow to a walk as I get closer to him. He looks up at me as I raise the axe. Seth, are you okay? Melissa snaps me out of my daydream, and I find myself back in the boring old restaurant on a lackluster first date. Yeah, sorry, I say to her. I was just thinking about work. Well, I'm going to get an Uber home, he says. Thanks for the dinner, though. No, I say. Look, I'm sorry. I just had a long day. Give me another chance, will you? Let's get out of this stuffy restaurant and go get a drink. I give her my best smile and reach across the table to lay my hand on hers. She can't resist. Okay, she says in a small voice, with a reluctant smile. Great, I say, and wave at the waiter for the check. For once, I wish something exciting would happen. I just want to feel justified in killing one of these girls. I keep hoping for a robbery or extortion, or something that would actually be a fun challenge. I guess you can't always get what you want. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to kill this one. Oh no, I can't not kill her. That would be even worse. Maybe one day I'll find a girl with some friends who try to rob me. Or maybe a jealous ex-boyfriend who will try to beat me up. A guy can hope. It's clear that this Melissa is not even close to the one from my vivid daydream. This one really is a sweet girl, I think, as we exit the restaurant. I just wish she wasn't. The house has been there for as long as I can remember, standing tall against the test of time. Sure, it looked beaten up, ancient even, so much so that my friends and I have been fascinated by it. We even spent entire days hanging around inside smoking or drinking beer. The paint had been peeling off at an accelerated pace in the last few years, and when it all came down, I noticed there were scratch marks all over the interior walls. There were also faces scratched on those walls. Some were happy, some were sad, some were angry, and some were evil. Their wretched eyes staring deep into mine made me shiver with unease. The faces were chaotically contorted with either disgust, fear, or anguish that spread throughout the room, filling it with dread. It was a feeling of not belonging, of something out of this world, a plague that came here to haunt the living and twist their minds into dark despair. I stood still, in silence. The first time I saw them, just watching and observing. All kinds of scenarios went through my head. Why were they there? Who painted them? And for what reason? Was it all just a joke, meant to play with the minds of those who laid eyes upon this grotesque imagery of hellish creatures? This house always had a bad reputation. The townsfolk warned the kids in town to stay away from it during the night because weird things happened there. But, of course, I had my reservations about that. Most of the time, it's just make-believe with these types of scary stories. The adults like to play games and blow things out of proportion to conceive a silly story. One of these stories is about the name of the house, or rather the name of the street it's located on, Candy Cane Road. The houses in that neighborhood are all new and inhabited by people with good reputations, respected, and well known in our town. The old townsfolk say that a very long time ago, a few kids in town went trick-or-treating on a Halloween night. Of course, everyone told them not to go to that house after dark. Yet, they did go, they disobeyed what their parents told them. No one ever found the kids. The only thing the search and rescue parties found was a candy cane smashed all over the street and lots of blood that adorned the candy. They looked at the house that stood like a menace in the dark, just watching them, observing them, and studying their every move. The wind shrieked in the hollow darkness, and some people said they could hear the children's cries tearing through the fabric of the night. The candy cane has always been associated with Christmas time, and so many people never understood why this particular type of candy had been found on a Halloween night. I can't imagine what it must have been for their parents, heartbroken, not knowing what happened to their children, and how they died that way, empty and alone, and without being able to say goodbye. They only buried cold and empty coffins. Maybe those drawings were made by the children before they vanished, or perhaps they were made by whatever or whoever killed them. Maybe it was a ritual murder, a sacrifice to old, demented, ravenous gods. I jumped when I felt a hand squeezing my shoulder.
Whoa, easy there, buddy. What's gotten into you?
Tommy asked. He has been my best friend since we were little kids. He was the brother that I never had.
Nothing, man. Sorry. It's just these drawings. They are hypnotic. Scary little monster faces. Repulsive, don't you think?
I asked him, beads of sweat coming down my temples.
What? What are you talking about? The drawings on the wall,
I said, turning to face the now blank wall.
They were here just a second ago. The scratches and the monsters, Tommy. Dude, get off your trip. Did you smoke something before we got here?
He said, inhaling air and coughing after.
No, man,
I said. My fingers began shaking, and my knuckles hurt. It was as if small vices were placed on each knuckle, and an invisible force squeezed tighter. I wondered if they would explode, and imagined blood and bone jumping all over my face and on the walls.
John, snap out of it. Let's drink a beer. Ah, shit. I forgot my cigarettes at home. Can you spare one, please?
Tommy asked, wiping saliva from the right corner of his mouth.
Stop lying, Tom. You rarely have cigarettes. You always ask either me, Kevin, or Joey over there. But they're too ashamed to say anything. So I think it's time to start buying your own, dude. Here, this is the last one,
I said, reaching in my jacket side pocket for the pack. I pulled two out, one for him and one for me. He placed it in his mouth.
Well, if you're giving me to eat, at least give me a goddamn spoon to eat it with,
he said, raising his hands in the air. I let out a sigh and lit a cig.
You, Tommy.
We both laughed it off and went to Kevin and Joey. They were already smoking, laughing, and belching from the cheap beer they had already downed.
Guys, our boy Johnny over here said he saw monsters on the walls,
my best friend said. He burst out in laughter. Joey laughed too. Kevin didn't.
Well, I saw them too,
Kev said, flicking his cigarette.
What's there to laugh about? I didn't,
said Joey, letting out the loudest burp I had ever heard. It was demonic.
Well, the wall's empty. No paint, no drawings, nothing,
Tommy said, puffing his freshly lit cigarette.
And scratch marks too,
I said, still thinking about the monstrous, contorted, and twisted devilish faces. The sunset was near, a fiery orange hue with a dash of bright pink and wavy yellow light colored the sky above. They intertwined, delivering an otherworldly spectacle. It was such a formidable sight. Top that with the light summer breeze and the rustling of leaves, and there it was, a perfect picture painted by Mother Nature herself. That was on the outside, lively and beautiful, a view that made up for 1,000 words. Yet, inside the house, the silence was all too pressing. It was morbid even, and it felt like we were on the precipice of seeing things we were not supposed to see. It felt like being in a tomb.
All right, let's head out. It's going to be night soon. We are not supposed to stay here after nightfall,
said Kevin, We were heading out to the main entrance when it started happening. The scratches and the faces appeared again. It looked like spirits were just drawing them.
Holy f***ing shit.
Joey said, frozen in place like a statue.
What the f***?
The drawing got faster and louder. The scratching noises were unbearable, and we all covered our ears.
What the hell is going on?
I screamed, and before we all knew it, it got dark outside. Pitch black, a blanket of darkness sprinkled with tiny, shiny white dots.
Hey, 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 hey.
A choir of otherworldly voices called for us. We all turned and saw 4 children, just about our age, 3 boys and 1 girl. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and they looked to be in the worst shape of their lives. Each of them was standing in front of each of us. Then they all placed 1 finger against their lips, as if instructing us to stay silent.
Don't move. Don't speak. Try to breathe as little as possible. He can't see you. He can only hear you. It won't be long now,
one of them said. His neck was swollen and bruised. Another boy had his neck cut open from side to side, yet he was still alive. The girl was white as a sheet, and her eyes were gray and sad. When she spoke, I could hear her choking faintly, like she had water in her throat. The last boy had blood coming out from his temple, and it became thick as it stopped running. Then I remembered what the townsfolk said. I remembered why it was called Candy Cane Road. I remembered everything. The story, the missing children. It was true after all. Everything was true. I was all choking up, trying so hard not to shed tears. The kids came even closer to us.
Here, this will hide you from him,
the girl said. Then she gently touched the bleeding temple of the other boy. She rubbed the blood against each of our foreheads, and I felt the heavy liquid sticking to the center. I looked at her, and she saw me.
It's okay, don't cry. It's okay. He can't even smell you if you wear this. He doesn't like dead flesh and blood. He likes it young and fresh, that evil bastard.
I was too terrified to talk. I tried, I really did, but I was choking up so bad before I could even say a single word. The boy with the slit throat came forward.
Please, I'm begging you, do not look at him. Just close your eyes when you hear the scream, okay?
He said, whispering as if he had no vocal cords left.
There is something that we need to ask you if you can help us. We need to rest. We've been here for so long, and we need to go home.
He pointed up to the sky.
You need to get someone to burn the house down. A priest or someone holy. He needs to soak it in gasoline and strike the match and burn it to the ground,
said the boy with the bruised neck, coughing heavily at the end. The boy with the bloody temple patted him on the back.
It's okay, it's okay.
Then he turned back to us.
The owner of the house is the one who's coming here right now. He sensed something was moving inside, and he's coming back in a few moments. He was so evil in his lifetime, and continued to be the same even in death. You'll be okay, I promise. But you need to help us, please. We need to be buried so we can rest. I'm at the bottom of the lake behind the woods,
the girl with gray eyes said as she coughed up mud.
I'm under the big oak tree in the woods,
the boy with the swollen, bruised neck said faintly.
The rope is there too. I'm under the big concrete block east of the house. He made me hold the knife after I died,
the boy with the slit throat said, covering the wound.
And I'm under the house. Please get me out, please. He put the knife in my pocket,
he said, touching his temple.
It's cold and lonely there.
The wave of revelations hit me so hard, and I didn't know what having a heart attack felt like, but I thought I was about to have one. Then a ruthless scream filled the night. It was haunting, devilish, and evil. Steps came towards us from the woods frantically.
No matter what you hear, do not open your eyes and do not move,
they all said together. We closed our eyes and waited. The steps became louder and the man got closer. I I heard him bursting in through the back door, and he just laughed.
There you are!
He screamed like a madman. My heart stopped. I thought this was the end. If he had seen us, then it was too late to run. Then I heard the sound of someone or something cutting flesh. Then the sound of someone choking. The girl screamed, then a big splash followed. Then I heard screams again as she came back to the surface. Then her screams were underwater. Then silence. Then I heard a whoosh through the air and the violent sound of metal against bone. The bone cracked, and I could feel bile rising in the back of my throat. In the end, another choking sound. The cries for help and pleadings for the man to stop were in vain. And then a popping sound like a can had been opened.
Got you, you bastards!
The man shouted. Then silence again. We stood there a few more minutes, then opened our eyes. Nothing. It was like nothing had happened. Then we turned around. The scratching and monster faces on the walls had vanished too. I think the monsters represented the way they had seen the man. I was glad that we didn't get to see him. But those sounds will forever be tattooed in the back of my mind. I still wake up screaming in the middle of the night. I think the children chose to sacrifice themselves again and again whenever someone was in the house at night. It was the greatest act of bravery I had ever witnessed in my life. The following day, the search parties found their remains, and the kids got a proper burial. They had found them all, and they were all exactly as they said they would be. After the funeral finished, Father Barnes went to the house and soaked it in gasoline. Then he started praying for a few minutes. Finally, he set it ablaze. The fire was howling as if someone's dirty and rotten soul was burning, and its last embers were carried away by the wind. Now, there was nothing but a pile of ash left. The last house on Candy Cane Road was gone. The black truck's grille filled my rearview mirror as it surged toward me, its headlights nearly blinding me as I looked back. It felt like my heart was beating as fast as the pistons in my motor as I pressed the gas pedal to the floor of my little sporty SUV. I risked a glance up at the rearview mirror again, seeing the truck falling back a few feet. Come on, please," I said to my SUV. Deidre, I called her. My voice cracked, and hearing the fear there served to complete a sort of feedback loop, making me even more scared. The truck surged forward again, closing the gap. "Please," I cried. "What did I do to you?" Of course, whoever was in the truck couldn't hear me. My pedal was to the floor, and I looked down at my speedometer to see the needle creeping up on 120 miles per hour. "Oh shit, oh fuck, god damn it, just leave me alone." Warm liquid dribbled down my cheeks, and I took one hand away from the steering wheel to wipe the tears away. I was ashamed of crying. A man like me isn't supposed to cry. I knew I couldn't keep up this speed for long. Deidre was an older model, and I was afraid I'd blow a gasket or something. I had to make a move if I wanted to get away from this psycho. I saw no other cars on our side of the highway, and only a few had passed on the other side since the truck had started chasing me. It was just after 2 a.m.
"I'm just a guy on a road trip,"
I said to myself, sobbing.
"What do you want from me?"
I saw an exit coming up, the green sign flashing by before I had a chance to read the whole thing. It didn't matter. I had to get off the highway if I wanted to lose this creep. Only then could I make my next move. I could call the police if I could just lose the guy. If I could just get some privacy and a few minutes without him chasing me. I looked back to the cooler sitting on my back seat. The exit ramp came up on my right, and I waited until the last second to jerk my wheel right. I drove over the thick white lines of the hazard zone and made it onto the ramp without losing much speed. I looked into my mirrors to see that the truck hadn't reacted quickly enough. It slammed to a stop half in the grass, just past the hazard zone. I saw it reverse quickly before I lost it from view. "Okay, I've got some time," I said to myself. "Some time to lose this creep." There was a sign for a gas station to the right, and not much else. I could see the gas station down the road about a quarter mile, but it looked dark. It clearly wasn't a 24-hour place. I turned left and gunned it over the highway I'd just exited. The road stabbed into a thick grove of trees, which flashed by in a blur as I gained speed. I looked in the rearview mirror, but didn't see the truck yet. The road was curved, so I had to slow down to around 60 miles an hour. Before I cleared the first curve into the woods, headlights splashed the back of my vehicle.
No, not yet!
I cried. The tears had stopped, but I felt on the verge of losing control again. I drove as fast as I could, nearly going off the winding road twice before it straightened out and came to the outskirts of a tiny town. As I gunned it down the straightaway, I looked in my rearview mirror again, searching for headlights cutting through the trees behind me. There were no lights. It was so dark behind me that I couldn't see anything but the formless night. Had the truck stopped following me? As I came into the small town, I started looking for a place to turn off, a building to hide behind. I slowed down to look when a revving sound erupted from behind me. On reflex, I hit the gas pedal and looked up into the rearview mirror again. The truck's grille was there. I could just see it, thanks to the illumination from a streetlight coming up on my left. He'd turned his lights off. Of course he had. How could I be so stupid? I cried out as the truck rammed Deidre, sending me lurching and then spinning and then crashing into a small brick building that looked like a post office. The impact slammed my head against the steering wheel, busting my nose open. The cooler I had in the back came open, spilling its contents into the footwells of the back seat. Deidre came to a hissing, ticking stop. I cried out, the tears starting again, scrambling to put the items back in the cooler. But before I could get my seatbelt off to turn around, my door was wrenched open. A large man in a camouflage trucker's hat, a plaid work shirt, and work boots punched me in the face, causing my head to whip sideways. He reached over me and unbuckled my seatbelt, then grabbed me by the collar and threw me out onto the sidewalk next to the brick building.
No,
I said, pleading.
I'm just a guy on a road trip. Leave me alone.
The man was big, much bigger than me. He had a black beard and crazy eyes.
You motherfucker,
he said in a growl, bending over and punching me in the mouth. My teeth folded back in an explosion of pain. His big, rough hands gripped my neck and squeezed. Blood poured out of my nose and my lacerated lips. Tears poured out of my eyes. Flashing blue and red lights suffused my surroundings. The sound of tires screeching sliced through my ringing ears.
Let him go,
a voice said.
Right now.
The big man's grip relaxed on my throat.
I'm the one that's been on the phone with you people for the last 20 minutes.
The big man said from over me.
I don't give a good goddamn who you are. Stop choking that man right now.
The big man's hand slid from my throat, and I sucked in a breath through my deformed mouth.
It's not me,
I gasped.
I'm just on a road trip. He's the one. He tried to kill me. You saw it, officer. Shut up and turn onto your stomach,
the cop said as he came into view, pointing his gun at me.
You, step back and keep your hands up,
he said to the big man.
Oh, Christ,
big man said.
Look into the back, officer. Look into the back now, and you'll see that I'm right. It's him. I recognized him at a rest stop. It's him.
The disgust in the big man's voice was so apparent and vehement that the cop did what he asked. He stepped over to Deidre and looked into the back seat, at what had spilled out of my cooler when I hit the building.
Oh, shit,
the cop said.
Oh, Mother Mary, you son of a bitch. Put your hands behind your back right now. I loved her,
I said, putting my hands behind my back.
I loved...
The cop's knee coming down hard on my back stopped the words, but it didn't stop the tears. He put the cuffs on and yanked me up to my feet.
I loved her, officer,
I said as he perp-walked me past poor Deidre. I looked in the back window at the young woman's head, which had come to rest propped against the back of the driver's seat amid spilled ice and sodas. She was looking up at me with her dull eyes.
I love you,
I said to her. She didn't answer.
I bet you loved all 6 of them, didn't you?
The cop said.
You sick son of a bitch. 6?
I said and smiled. The tears suddenly stopped.
You think there's only 6?
We're almost there, guys. Just a couple more minutes.
Rebecca was in the front passenger seat, looking back at us with a gleam of excitement in her eyes as the car bumped and rattled its way down the old gravel road. I read nervously from my handwritten notes. talking about our destination as the park drew closer. Burying my nose in books was a defense mechanism I had when I was anxious. I'd ramble about facts and figures when nobody else was interested. Tonight, though, everyone was listening closely in ominous silence. Clowntown Amusement Park, closed since October 31st, 1997, partially as a result of the general public's growing disinterest in clowns. Admission steadily declined over a 3-year period until the owner, Milton Warback, declared bankruptcy and locked the gates for good. We'd been driving for the last 6 hours to reach the place, and the dashboard clock read 3 a.m. Everyone in the car was too exhausted from the drive to interrupt me, so they just listened quietly to my rambling. The moon was full in the sky above, giving the night an eerie feeling. The place employed more clowns and jugglers than almost any other single location in North America. Apparently, a few of them had nowhere to go after the park shut down, so several of them just hung around the remains of the place, squatting on the land and claiming it as their own. They even put up new signs reading, "Welcome to Clowntown," with the official population listed after that, as if it were a real town. Sightings of these squatter clowns persisted until September 20th, 2015, when police raided the park, arresting nearly a dozen former park employees, many of them still dressed in tattered clown costumes. They locked everything more securely, installed barbed wire fencing, and reinforced steel gates at the entry. No one has maintained the property or tried to sell it. Rumor has it the Warback family is afraid to put it on the market. Maybe because certain parties want to keep it as is. As if there are still occupants who want to keep Clowntown for themselves. "That's so creepy," Noel said from the driver's seat. "If the police raids happened in 2015, those guys would definitely be out of jail by now. I wonder if they came straight back here." I could tell he was freaked out, but since he was 3 years older than all of us, he didn't have much choice other than to act brave and pretend like he wasn't worried. "Thanks again for driving us out here, Noel. I know you're not really into urban exploration as much as we are, but it's fun. You'll see." "No worries. Just remember, you're all pitching in for gas on the way home," my older brother said from the driver's seat. I nodded, telling him I had a 20 in my wallet with his name on it. "There it is," my friend Brett said from the back seat next to me. "Look!" The silhouette of an old wooden roller coaster stood out against the bloated orange moon hanging low in the sky. As we stopped the car outside the entrance, the 4 of us got out and looked up at the massive gate which was locked, preventing us from exploring further. The giant gate was made to look like the face of a grinning cartoon clown, except paint was flaking and algae covered in places, making him appear gap-toothed, faded green, and plague-ridden. A sound of movement could be heard from beyond that, but it stopped abruptly, as if whoever was making that sound had heard us coming. "You sure we should be going in there?" Noel asked, looking really nervous now. "It's fine. We do this kind of thing all the time. Come on, pop the trunk. I'll grab the gear." My brother opened up the trunk, and I took out my backpack filled with urban exploration gear, bolt cutters, water, rations, and a first aid kit, not to mention a map of the park I'd found online. I cut a hole in the chain link fence, wide enough for us all to go in through, and held it open for the rest of them. Then we began making our way into the heart of the amusement park. A giant statue of a grinning clown riding a unicycle and juggling greeted us just inside the gates. Beyond that was an empty stone water fountain and a ring of concessions all around, creating a large circular area like a courtyard, at the center of which was a large, dry water fountain. All the shops were boarded and empty as we walked deeper into the park, heading towards the middle of the park where the roller coasters were. We didn't have any real plan, at least not yet. We reached the midway point and walked past a carousel and a funhouse, a tilt-a-whirl, and a salt and pepper shaker ride. There was an old pirate ship ride and lots of different concession stands and restaurants as we explored, going deeper and deeper into the darkened heart of the amusement park. There was garbage and debris littered everywhere, burnt out light bulbs and broken windows. But still I could imagine what the place had been like when it was open. It felt alive somehow, as if the spirit of Clowntown had never truly left. And that scared the hell out of me.
Did you hear that?
Brett asked from beside me, looking over his shoulder nervously.
No, what?
Sounded like footsteps. Are you sure you didn't hear anything?
I shook my head and we kept walking. Noel and Rebecca were up ahead of us. The two of them were talking and didn't seem to have heard anything either. As we kept moving toward a Ferris wheel up ahead, I heard the sound Brett had mentioned. There were soft, squeaking footsteps coming from behind us. Someone was following us, and it sounded like they were wearing big, floppy, squeaking clown shoes. I ran up ahead to tell Noel and Rebecca. "There's someone here. Somebody's following us," I said when we'd caught up with them. "Let's get the hell out of here." Before they could say anything, I heard a sound like a light bulb breaking from behind us. We all turned to look in that direction, but saw nothing except darkness. The four of us froze in horrified silence, waiting. Then another breaking glass sound came from the right, then to the left. We stood huddled where we were, listening to the sounds from all around us of breaking light bulbs, each one being smashed from a slightly different direction, as if we were surrounded by dozens of people. The full moon provided enough illumination that we hadn't used our flashlights up until this point, but now I pulled mine out and shone it in the direction of a sound like glass breaking underfoot. A few feet away, in a narrow alley, I saw the silhouette of a clown, creeping up on us in the darkness. When the glow of my flashlight hit his face, he hissed and ducked away, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors. He disappeared behind the nearest concession stand, but the terrifying after-image of him remained in my memory. His faded, ripped clown costume, his grinning face painted with soot, blood, feces, and who knew what else.
What the was that?
I yelled. A second later, I heard a scurrying sound like movement from even closer, near my feet. I spun around and shone my flashlight into the shadows, but there was nothing. The sound came again from the other side, and I turned and caught sight of a small, emaciated clown, his clothes tattered and torn. He was almost naked except for a dog collar and a few scraps of filthy clothing, which were covered in red polka dots. He was on all fours, moving like a feral dog, snapping his teeth and barking at us.
Let's get out of here,
Noel yelled, and we started to run as fast as we could away from there. At first I thought someone would stop us in our tracks, that there would be someone on the cobblestone path blocking our way, but there wasn't. We escaped the midway area, and I felt a horrible stitch begin to grow in my side as we bolted from that section, heading back towards the entrance gate. I kept taking sideways glances at every corner, wincing at every movement caused by a gust of wind, at every sound of crunching glass underfoot, horrified by what was chasing us in the shadows.
Why did you bring me here?
My brother was screaming.
I hate clowns.
The moment he said that, all of the lights in the entire park turned on at once. Carnival music began to play, distorted and slowing down and speeding up intermittently. Light bulbs glowed over and popped as we ran past, showering us with glass and sparks. As we turned the corner, we found ourselves in the courtyard at the entrance. The giant cobblestone circle surrounded a fountain with a juggling clown statue at its head. Shops and concession stands surrounded this courtyard, and we ran past them towards the gate. We had cut the hole in the fence just next to the entrance. But as we approached, we saw shapes beginning to emerge from the shadows all around. They stepped out from the stores in which they had been hiding and revealed themselves. Dozens upon dozens of clowns in ragged, tattered clothing. Their faces were painted with makeup that was crusted, flaky, and peeling with age. A few of them brandished knives. Others held pieces of rebar, rusted pipes, and broken bottles.
"We told you not to come back here,"
one of them said.
"We're not leaving this time. This place is ours."
The four of us were only teenagers, but I realized in our dark clothing with our faces drenched in shadow that we looked like cops to them. Coupled with the fact that from what we had witnessed so far, they were severely mentally unstable. It didn't seem like we would be able to convince them otherwise. They thought we were here working for the police, maybe even doing reconnaissance for another raid. I pulled down my hood, revealing my face.
We're not cops. We're just kids. I'm sorry, we were just looking around. Please, we'll go.
At least, that's what I wanted to say. But the words caught in my throat as the clowns began to come toward us from all angles. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. And then all hell broke loose. One of them came up behind Brett with a knife in hand. I looked over to see a giggling, emaciated clown sawing gleefully at his throat with the blade. He held back Brett's head, and a fountain of blood shot out, erupting into the air. The clown stuck his tongue out and caught drops of red like snowflakes before turning to me next. He licked the blade and began to swing at me. As I ducked and dove out of the way of the clown's knife strikes, I felt sharp stings where the steel found my skin through the dark clothing I wore. The adrenaline dulled the pain, but I would find later that the cuts went very deep. Noel and Rebecca were fighting off a couple of their own attackers, both large, vacant-eyed jesters with torn red and black clown outfits, covered in a myriad assortment of rips, patches, and tears. Brett was bleeding out on the ground, looking pale with his lips starting to turn blue, as his blood ran out and formed a spreading puddle around his body. His hands had been up at his neck, clutching the gaping wound there, but now they fell limply to his sides, and I saw he was no longer breathing. "You're next," said the clown nearest to me, seeing my eyes looking down at my best friend's dead body.
You killed him,
I said, unable to look away from the blood and from his pale, lifeless face. He attacked me again with a knife. I was ready for him, though. In the few moments I'd been able to rest, I had pulled the heavy bolt cutters from my bag. They weighed about 10 pounds and were made of hard steel. As he lunged at me with the knife, I spun with all the force I could muster, corkscrewing my body and swinging the bolt cutters like a baseball bat. The exposed steel end of them made a sickening sound like a porcelain dish full of meat being broken. The clown's teeth exploded from his mouth in a spray of blood, and he fell down hard to the ground, unmoving.
Run!
I screamed as the rest of the inhabitants of Clowntown stood gaping at the heaped remains of their leader. The three of us darted towards the fence, only to find the way blocked by a hulking clown with hard, mean-looking eyes. He carried a giant monkey wrench which he slapped against his palm menacingly, stomping toward us from the shadows. Suddenly, the barbed wire atop the fence didn't look nearly as intimidating as it had before. Noel, Rebecca, and I raced for the chain-link fence and started to climb, just as the crushing mob of clowns surrounded us at the bottom. The rusted barbs cut into my skin painfully as I climbed over the fishhook steel coils at the top. My clothes got stuck, and my flesh did as well, but I just pulled and tore myself free, not thinking of the consequences, only needing to get away from that place, away from those horrible, terrifying clowns. I dropped down hard on the other side, eating a face full of dirt and pulling myself up quickly, racing for the car at the side of the road. By the time we got inside the vehicle, we were almost surrounded by them again, as they poured out through the hole in the fence we had made. They were bloodthirsty and angry, wanting revenge for their dead leader. As the car reluctantly started, they banged on the hood and smashed in the windows, trying to pull us out to face our punishment. Noel slammed his foot down hard on the gas, and we drove off at the last possible moment. None of us said anything for a while. We just drove, panting and terrified, covered in sweat and blood, fresh bruises and wounds that will last a lifetime. And we were the lucky ones. So take this as a warning. Don't ever visit the abandoned amusement park called Clowntown. It was closed for a reason. Thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe with all notifications on so you don't miss any upcoming videos. In the meantime, check out my podcast to hear brand new stories not yet featured on the channel. New episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, available on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.